Udah oke ya sekarang mah.
Mantap.
Ada tubuh Mila tuh.
Memfoto. Di
Baik, bagaimana Ibu Nani? Apakah kita mulai?
Suaranya belum ada, Bu Ibi.
Oh iya, bentar. Bisa kita mulai, Ibu Nani?
Ya.
Ya, baik. Mohon izin dimulai, Pak Dekan.
Sila, Bu. Sila.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi untuk semua, salam sehat, salam bahagia, dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin, Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi washabihi azmain, amma ba'du. Yang terhormat kepada Bapak Dr. Daza Erwin Juansah MPD dan Bapak Ibu Wakil Dekan FKIP Untirta. Yang terhormat kepada Ibu Mila Ermila Hendriani SSI MPD selaku Ketua Jurusan Pendidikan Biologi. Yang terhormat kepada Ibu Dr. Nani Mariani MSc selaku Ketua Pelaksana pada kegiatan hari ini. Dan yang terhormat kepada seluruh para narasumber, ya, mungkinan belum bergabung pada hari ini. Alhamdulillah. Kita memiliki 3 narasumber, insya Allah dalam kegiatan ini, dan semuanya berasal dari luar negeri. Kemudian yang selanjutnya, yang terhormat kepada Bapak Ibu peserta workshop yang hadir pada Zoom meeting ini, dan juga Bapak Ibu peserta workshop yang hadir melalui live streaming YouTube jurusan Pendidikan Biologi, yang insya Allah selalu dalam keadaan sehat dan berbahagia. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji dan syukur atas kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang selalu senantiasa melimpahkan rahmat taufik serta hidayahnya kepada kita semua. Sehingga pada kesempatan yang bahagia ini, kita masih bisa diberikan nikmat sehat, nikmat rezeki, sehingga kita masih dipertemukan di tempat yang insya Allah berkah ini. Amin, amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Tak lupa salawat serta salam semoga tetap tercurahkan kepada junjungan Nabi kita, Nabi Muhammad SAW, beserta keluarga dan para sahabatnya. Karena berkat beliaulah kita dapat menikmati kehidupan yang penuh dengan kemuliaan. Amin, amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Untuk mempersingkat waktu, Bapak Ibu, sebelum acara workshop ini dibuka, maka perkenankan saya sebagai pembawa acara untuk membacakan susunan acara pada hari ini. Yaitu yang pertama, pembukaan, kedua, pembacaan ayat suci Al-Quran, ketiga, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, yang keempat, sambutan, yang kelima, doa, keenam, pemaparan materi sekaligus diskusi dan tanya jawab dengan narasumber, yang ketujuh, penutup. Baik, Bapak Ibu, untuk memulai kegiatan ini, mari sama-sama kita membaca basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selanjutnya, mari sama-sama kita mendengarkan lantunan ayat suci Al-Quran, surat Ahqafi ayat 107-110 yang akan dibacakan oleh Ananda Ratu Zulfi Amalia. Kepada Ananda Ratu Zulfi Amalia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Innalladzina amanu wa 'amilus sholihati kanat lahum jannat jannatul firdausi nuzula. Khalidina fiha la yabghuna 'anha hiwala. Qul law kana al-bahru midadan li kalimati rabbi lanafidal bahr lanafidal bahru qabla an tanfada kalimatu rabbi walau ji'na an tanfada kalimatu rabbi walau ji'na bimithlihi madada. Qul innama ana basyarum mithlukum yuha ilayya annama ilahukum ilahun wahidun faman kana yarju liqa'a rabbih عملا صالحا فليعمل عملا صالحا ولا يشرك بعبادة ربه أحدا صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada Ananda Ratu Zulfi Amalia. Semoga bagi yang membaca dan kita yang mendengarkan mendapat pahala dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Amin. Baik. Selanjutnya kita menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Mohon kepada Ibu Dwi untuk men-share lagu Indonesia Raya. Baik, terima kasih Bu Dwi. Dan acara selanjutnya yaitu sambutan. Yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Ibu Dr. Nani Mariani MSc selaku Ketua Panitia. Kepada beliau waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan. Masih di-unmute Ibu.
Terima kasih Bu Iing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu dosen semuanya. Apa kabar? Semoga
baik, alhamdulillah Bu, alhamdulillah.
Ini saya senang sekali bisa tadi melihat wajah-wajah sudah lama tidak saya lihat. Ada Bu Ila, saya ngelihat. Apa kabar Bu Ila?
Alhamdulillah Bu Nani.
Ya, udah lama ya. Alhamdulillah kita bisa bersua di sini ya, meskipun secara virtual. Ya, yang saya hormati Bapak Dekan FKIP Untirta, Dr. Dase Erwin Juansah, Wakil Dekan 1, Dr. Suroso Muktilsono, Wakil Dekan 2, Dr. Heni Pujiastuti, dan Wakil Dekan 3, Bapak Damanuri MPD. Kayaknya lengkap semuanya, tadi saya lihat, alhamdulillah, terima kasih Bapak Ibu sudah berkenan hadir di sini. Yang saya hormati Ketua Jurusan Pendidikan Biologi, Ibu Mila Hermila MPD, para ketua jurusan di lingkungan FKIP Untirta yang hadir pagi ini saya tidak sebutkan satu persatu. Yang saya banggakan teman-teman dosen pendidikan biologi, panitia kegiatan ini yang telah bekerja keras sehingga acara ini dapat terlaksana khususnya Ibu Dr. Iing Wilistari. Terima kasih Bu Iing, ini yang jadi komandan kita di acara ini. Lalu tim sapu bersih, Pak Mahrawi dan krunya ya. Ini adalah tim inti kegiatan workshop pendampingan. Dan semua rekan-rekan dosen peserta acara workshop ini, baik dari Untirta maupun dari luar Untirta, terima kasih sudah meluangkan waktunya untuk hadir pada acara hari ini. Dan acara workshop pendampingan penulisan artikel internasional ini adalah bagian dari program hibah kompetisi kampus merdeka yang diperoleh pendidikan biologi. Nah, salah satu outputnya yang diharapkan dari hibah ini adalah peningkatan publikasi ilmiah internasional dosen. Sehingga kami merasa perlu melakukan kegiatan pendampingan ini dalam bentuk seminar. Nah, dalam mempersiapkan acara ini, kami tim panitia dibantu oleh International Office untuk mengundang para pembicara. Dalam kesempatan kali ini, saya ingin berterima kasih kepada Dr. Udi Samanhudi dan Dr. Dina Rahmawati, sudah hadir setia di sini ya. Terima kasih Pak Udi dan Bu Dina yang telah membantu kami sehingga kami dapat menghadirkan pembicara yang sesuai dengan tema kegiatan yang kami pilih. Nah, kami mengambil tema Publish with Impact, How to Write and to Publish Article in High Impact Journal in Education Research. Dengan harapan kegiatan ini dapat memberikan motivasi, penguatan, keterampilan, tips dan trik dalam menulis serta mempublish artikel ilmiah pada jurnal internasional dengan high impact, utamanya pada riset area bidang pendidikan karena kita di FKIP. Sehingga harapannya dapat meningkatkan jumlah publikasi teman-teman dosen di FKIP. Nah, kalau kita ingin meningkatkan, tentunya kita perlu tahu dulu ya posisi kita nih saat ini berada di mana gitu. Nah, pertanyaannya adalah sudah berapa banyak publikasi atau paper-paper artikel yang dihasilkan oleh dosen-dosen Untirta? Nah, pertanyaan ini bisa dijawab salah satunya dengan membuka database Sinta. Jadi ini hanya salah satu jawaban yang cepat dan tidak terlalu komprehensif sebetulnya karena hanya mengambil data dari Sinta. Nah, mohon izin Bapak Ibu saya untuk sharing hasil sedikit searching. Nah, saya pikir ini menarik untuk disajikan dan sangat relevan untuk kegiatan kita kali ini. Saya akan share PowerPoint sebentar. Bu Iing, saya bisa share PowerPoint nggak, Bu Iing?
Bisa Bu Nani. Sudah saya jadikan co-host, Bu Nani.
Ini saya share screen kok nggak bisa ya? Sudah dijadikan co-host?
Sudah.
Saya nggak ada opsinya, sebentar.
Oh, tulisan share screen warna hijau tidak ada?
Ya. Oh, oke. Sudah bisa dilihat, Bapak Ibu?
Sudah.
Sudah, Bu.
Ya, jadi jawaban dari pertanyaan tadi itu secara gampang ya kita bisa lihat di Sinta. Nah, ini tentunya sudah familiar sekali bagi Bapak Ibu dosen. Sinta ini bisa mengukur performance kita sebagai dosen, peneliti, dan juga institusi kita. Ya, dari jumlah penelitian, dari jumlah publikasi artikel ilmiah yang dihasilkan. Nah, ini kalau kita masuk ke website Sinta, kalau kita klik afiliasi, ini akan muncul top 10 ya, di sini top 5 saya ambil. Nanti Bapak Ibu nanti bisa coba sendiri. Nah, ini kita lihat di sini 5 institusi teratas yang menghasilkan yang memiliki skor Sinta paling tinggi, artinya paling produktif ya. Ini ada UI, ada ITB, ada UGM, IPB dan LIPI. Nah, sekarang kalau kita masuk ke Untirta, nah, ini ya. Nah, ini rankingnya ini adalah berdasarkan paper-paper yang sudah dihasilkan oleh institusi tersebut. Bagaimana cara menghitungnya ini ada di sini kalau kita klik ya Sinta Score bagaimana, karena kita pastinya ingin tahu ya Sinta ini bagaimana cara menghitungnya. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini Untirta ini nomor 59 ranknya berdasarkan skor Sinta di Indonesia ya. Lalu kalau kita klik lagi masuk ke overview, nah ini kita bisa lihat contohnya ya, Untirta saya mengambil contoh di sini Scopus, ini bagus sekali grafiknya, naik terus, terutama yang signifikan sekali jumlahnya meningkat itu di tahun 2019 dan 2020. Nah ini ada sekitar 250-an paper yang dipublish di Scopus dari Untirta. Nah, di tahun 2021 sudah ada 133 paper. Nah, kita ini udah sampai di pertengahan tahun 2021, semoga sampai akhir nanti bisa meningkat terus jumlahnya. Nah, kalau kita klik lagi di departemen ya, Bapak Ibu. Nah, ini kita bisa lihat top 10 10 departemen yang menghasilkan publikasi terbanyak dengan skor Sinta tertinggi di Untirta. Nah, ini sudah saya tandai nih. Di sini ada 3 wakil FKIP. 3 wakil FKIP, ada pendidikan fisika, ada pendidikan IPA. Saya nggak bisa lihat sebentar. 3 atau 4 ya? Ketutupan ini. Oke, ada 4. Ada 4. Ada pendidikan teknik mesin dan pendidikan matematika. Nah, kalau saya sort lagi, saya mau tahu fakultas kita itu gimana. Nah, karena tidak ada fakultas, jadi saya pakai keyword pendidikan. Nah, kita bisa melihat departemen-departemen atau jurusan yang ada di FKIP. Ya, ini bisa dilihat ya, pemegang medali emasnya masih pendidikan fisika, lalu IPA dan pendidikan teknik mesin. Nah, ini pendidikan matematika di sini S2 ya, karena saya pakai keyword pendidikan, jadi semuanya muncul. Nah, ini Bapak Ibu nanti bisa dicek kembali ya di jurusannya, dan kita juga sebagai dosen ini PR juga. Kalau misalnya kita publikasi banyak, tapi kita tidak menginput di Sinta, nah itu berdampak juga ke institusi kita, gitu. Jadi tidak terreport di Sinta dan tidak masuk perhitungannya, gitu ya. Nah ini di sini nanti Bapak Ibu bisa cek jurusan masing-masing dan cek profil Sintanya. Nah ini sebagai overview kita, karena kita mau saya sudah hilang ya Bu Ing ya?
Ya, sudah.
Okay. Ya.
Saya pikirnya sudah di stop.
Ya, jadi itu sebagai pengantar dari seminar ini saya pikir menarik dan relevan untuk kita lihat. Jadi starting point kita untuk kita semuanya nanti bisa raising the bar, meningkatkan publikasi kita, karena sebagai individu dosen ini semakin banyak kita publikasi tentunya akan meningkatkan performance institusi kita. Nah, ini PR untuk saya dan kita semua di sini. Nah, nanti akan ada 3 narasumber yang akan menjadi pembicara. Ada Dr. Eisuke Saito. Nah, sepertinya beliau sudah hadir di sini dari Monash University Australia. Lalu yang kedua nanti ada Dr. Aisling O'Boyle dari Queen's University Belfast. Dan yang ketiga ada Dr. Supakorn Pokarensil dari Thammasat University Thailand. Nah, ketiganya ini dari Fakultas Pendidikan. Ketiga narasumber ini nanti akan membahas dan sharing kepada kita tentang bagaimana cara efektif untuk memilih jurnal internasional, lalu langkah-langkah penting dalam menulis artikel, dan bagaimana mengatasi tekanan atau harapan publikasi yang sangat tinggi bagi kita para dosen. Nah, tentunya nanti para pembicara juga akan berbagi pengalaman kepada kita bagaimana menjadi produktif dan sukses di akademia dalam hal publikasi. Nah, kegiatan ini ditujukan untuk dosen-dosen pendidikan biologi dan FKIP, namun kami melihat platform online ini sangat mudah untuk diakses dan siapa saja bisa bergabung, sehingga kami juga membuka untuk dosen-dosen dari luar Untirta. Total jumlah peserta yang mendaftar sampai tadi malam itu ada sekitar 131 orang, ya, 104 dari dosen FKIP, tentunya paling banyak, 21 orang dari Untirta, di luar program studi, di luar fakultas FKIP, dan 6 dari luar Untirta. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan, Bapak Ibu. Mohon maaf jika kepanjangan, tapi tadi saya pikir penting untuk kita ketahui bersama dan nanti semoga bisa kita update ya. Semoga kegiatan ini bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Selamat mengikuti acara. Mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih kepada Ibu Dr. Rani Mariani yang telah memberikan sambutan dengan berbagai informasi yang sangat penting buat kita semua. Baik Bapak Ibu, selanjutnya sambutan dari Bapak Dr. Dase Erwin Juansah MPD selaku Dekan FKIP Untirta sekaligus membuka acara kegiatan workshop pendampingan penulisan artikel ilmiah internasional ini. Kepada beliau, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Oke. Terima kasih Bu Iing. Suara saya terdengar Bu Iing?
Terdengar Pak.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam sehat. Ini kata terakhir saya kira wajib bagi kita semua. Salam sehat. Karena informasi yang terakhir juga menjadi penting. Terakhir malam saya dengan para wadek rapat mendapatkan informasi. Ternyata Pak Warek 2 juga sudah di ICU, Bu Mila. Kita berdoa mudah-mudahan Pak Warek 2, Pak Kurnia sehat, sembuh seperti sedia kala. Bahkan malam saya mendapatkan informasi juga dari Bu Wadek, butuh convalescent B+. Jadi mudah-mudahan kalau dosen biologi sama para mantan yang laki-laki terutama ya Bu Mila, karena kalau perempuan kan belum melahirkan, yang ada mantan COVID punya golongan darah B, mohon kalau memang bersedia berkenan untuk mendonorkan, Pak Warek 2 sedang membutuhkan. Bu Sekjur, Bu Kajur tidak diberikan sambutan. Saya pikir mau Bu Kajur dulu, ternyata langsung ke saya. Oke.
Silakan dijelaskan Bu Kajur.
Sudah diwakili oleh Ketua Panitia, Pak. Cukup.
Sudah diwakili oleh Ketua Panitia, siap. Oke. Yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan para wadek, ini lengkap. Hari ini full, Bu Nani bersyukur alhamdulillah. Karena memang malam kami pun dari pukul 19 atau pukul 7 sampai pukul 9 kita rapat berempat saja. Rapat berempat dan alhamdulillah disepakati hari ini kita full hadir. Terima kasih para wadek yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan, luar biasa. Walaupun dalam kondisi pandemik masih on fire terus mengawal kegiatan di fakultas. Ibu Ketua Panitia, Bu Dr. Nani, terima kasih berkenan mengundang saya, Bu Kajur dan Bu Sekjur. Ini kalau dilihat-lihat dan saya ingat-ingat, sepertinya hampir setiap minggu nih Pendidikan Biologi mengundang saya untuk membuka acara. Luar
Minggu
biasa.
2 kali, Pak. Minggu 2 kali.
Iya, ini luar biasa.
Senin ada lagi, Senin.
Senin ada lagi Pak Coy ya? Ya Allah, kata saya.
Bentar lagi undangannya saya kirim, Pak.
Workshop kurikulum Senin, Pak.
Kata saya ini terakhir Bu Dwi ya, yang WA saya, Pak mohon berkenan. Kemarin Bu Nani. Nah Senin siapa lagi? Nanti Bu Mila ya kali yang mengundang saya.
Iya betul Pak, sebentar lagi.
Alhamdulillah. Saya bersyukur semangat itu masih tetap menyala di teman-teman pendidikan biologi. Luar biasa, karena memang selain target ya Bu Kajur, targetnya memang bulan Agustus ini harus selesai. Yang saya hormati ini kalau saya lihat di dashboard, ini hampir sebagian juga para Kajur. Ada Bu Ila selamat ya, sudah mendapatkan meraih Profesor Pak Sadeli, alhamdulillah secara kelembagaan FKIP menambah guru besar. Luar biasa. Kenapa saya katakan luar biasa? Tanggal 20 Agustus Pak Sadeli pensiun. Per 1 Juli SK-nya terbit. SK guru besarnya ini. Dan saya secara pribadi merasa bersyukur karena kalau tidak salah seluruh Bapak Ibu anggota Senat itu sidang pertama kita ya. Sidang pertama saya sebagai Ketua Senat, sidang PAK, dan alhamdulillah menghasilkan 1 profesor. Mudah-mudahan karena kalau tidak salah itu ada 2 atau 3 orang yang di sidang PAK itu yang mengajukan ke guru besar. Mudah-mudahan menyusul guru besar yang lain dari pendidikan dari program studi yang lain, karena kalau tidak salah ada dari bahasa Inggris, dari PNF kayaknya mengirimkan 2 orang ya Bu Ila kalau tidak salah. Mudah-mudahan segera menyusul karena memang mau tidak mau keberadaan para guru besar juga berdampak pada kualitas di fakultas. Yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan pula seluruh dosen biologi dan tim saber, ini luar biasa Pak Bu Mila punya tim saber dan memang harus seperti itu. Saya meminta seluruh kajur nih, saya lihat ada kajur-kajur yang lain di jurusan atau di program studinya, tolong disiapkan dosen muda yang memang on call 24 jam. On call 24 jam siap untuk kalau bahasa Pak Rektor nyaber sana sini gitu. Jadi tim saber proposal, tim saber kegiatan jurusan dan lain sebagainya. Terima kasih teman-teman dosen biologi yang sudah memiliki komitmen dan masih memiliki semangat untuk mengembangkan program studinya. Serta hadirin dosen pendidikan, saya lihat di dashboard dulu. Ya, seluruh dosen peserta yang hadir, baik dari Fakultas Keguruan maupun dari fakultas lain di Untirta, dan serta peserta yang lain dari perguruan tinggi di luar Untirta. Puji dan syukur kita hadirkan pada junjungan kita, pada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, atas kesehatan, atas rahmat, atas keberkahan, rezeki dan lain sebagainya, sehingga kita masih punya semangat tinggi, masih sehat, masih diberikan kekuatan melaksanakan kegiatan, baik kegiatan profesionalisme dosen maupun kegiatan di jurusan Bapak dan Ibu. Salawat serta salam semoga tetap tercurah pada Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Hadirin yang saya hormati, saya kira ini kegiatan yang sangat bagus. Kenapa saya sampaikan ini sangat bagus? Tadi sudah sudah di-show oleh Bu Nani, sudah diperlihatkan oleh Bu Ketua Panitia, karena memang tagihan kompetensi dosen utamanya salah satunya adalah ini. Kita harus mampu menulis artikel ilmiah di jurnal internasional. Dan saya sepakat tadi Bu Nani, ini bukan sesuatu yang mudah. Maka di satu sisi sangat bangga ketika melihat gold medalnya ada di fisika. Tapi di sisi yang lain, di mana yang lain? Termasuk jurusan saya, pendidikan bahasa Indonesia malah 0. Itu kayaknya belum terupdate ya Bu Kajur, Bu Ketua.
Iya Pak, jadi itu yang 0 tadi itu bukan karena tidak ada, tapi belum diupdate.
Ya, saya kira betul. Ke depan saya kira, karena memang ini sangat terkait juga dengan Remun dan BKD, ke depan kan juga harus ada sister ya, yang memang semua BKD Remun itu, hari ini kita masih bersyukur yang memeriksa Remun dan BKD Kajur ataupun di tingkat fakultas. Ke depan saya kira ketika memang sudah berbasis sister, semuanya sudah langsung merujuk ke Kemendikbud atau ke universitas. Artinya mau tidak mau saya sepakat yang disampaikan oleh Bu Nani bahwa penguatan kemampuan ataupun kompetensi dosen dalam penulisan artikel ilmiah di jurnal internasional merupakan suatu hal yang mutlak. Kita juga tidak bisa bersaing dengan, apalagi mau mencapai visi misi rektor bersaing di tingkat ASEAN, kalau masih mampu menulisnya di tingkat nasional. Di tingkat nasional pun masih mending kalau misalnya itu terindeks Sinta 2 ataupun terindeks Sinta 1. Ini masih saja kita berkutat di antara 5, 4, bahkan mungkin 6. Jadi ini kegiatan yang sangat bagus, Bu Kajur, Bu Nani, saya kira. Apalagi tadi saya katakan bahwa secara kompetensi masih sedikit. Saya kira ini pengayaan yang sangat penting. Melihat dari jurusan saja, makanya saya selalu meminta ke Pak Yus Rahmat tuh. Pak Yus pinternya jangan sendiri aja. Pak Jaki pinternya jangan sendiri aja. Ajari teman-teman kajur ataupun dosen-dosen yang lain di FKIP. Kalau Pak Yus belajar masalah penelitian internasional dan lain sebagainya, tolong libatkan prodi yang lain. Sehingga ilmunya itu tidak hanya berkutat pada satu titik, tetapi menyebar di seluruh FKIP. Saya berharapnya seperti itu. Nah, mudah-mudahan saya kira ini kegiatan yang digagas oleh dosen biologi, oleh jurusan pendidikan biologi, menjadi pemantik, saya kira menjadi pemantik buat para dosen, khususnya di FKIP, agar mampu menulis artikel ilmiah di jurnal internasional. Coba dilihat ketika misalnya saya kira kita kemarin baru menyelesaikan BKD dan Remun, tagihannya dan nilainya luar biasa kalau tidak salah. Di jurnal internasional terindeks Scopus, kalau nggak salah 10 atau 40 gitu ya, di BKD atau di Remun. Kalau rata-rata setahun kita nulisnya 3 atau 4, saya kira BKD-nya nggak usah banyak-banyak nyari penunjang, Bu Mila. Nggak usah ada seminar misalnya jadi peserta yang 0,25 kan gitu. Cukup saja di artikel ilmiah internasional, kita sudah terpenuhi BKD Remunnya. Tetapi kan juga dalam konteks itu bahwa yang namanya dosen tidak hanya pada konteks penulisan saja. Tetap saja harus ada pengabdian, tridharma yang lainnya tetap harus terpenuhi. Artinya juga kita tidak mengesampingkan tridharma yang lain selain dari tridharma yang satu ini. Jadi semoga kegiatan yang dikawal hari ini oleh Bu Nani, dan terima kasih buat seluruh narasumber yang hadir pada hari ini dari 3 negara ya Bu Nani, dari Australia, dari Thailand
ya,
dan
dari Thailand dan dari UK.
Dari UK. Saya kira Untirta banyak kok orang dari luarnya ya. Khususnya FKIP banyak teman-teman yang punya jaringan dari luar, dan saya percaya itu. Kita punya Bu Nani, kita punya Pak Udi. Hari ini juga saya udah dapat informasi Pak Ejis juga udah pulang dari sudah balik lagi ke Indonesia. Walaupun saya nggak tahu nih sudah dijadwalkan atau tidak. Tetapi paling tidak saya kira manfaatkan jaringan-jaringan teman-teman yang punya jaringan di luar untuk semacam tadi membuat pengayaan bagaimana. Saya kira dalam konteks internasional mungkin mereka jauh lebih matang ya, sudah punya banyak makan asam garam terkait dengan penulisan artikel ilmiah di tingkat internasional, sehingga sangat bagus ketika kegiatan hari ini menampilkan 3 narasumber yang berbeda dari 3 negara, nanti bisa mengkomparatifkan dari menurut orang Thailand seperti apa, orang UK seperti apa, ataupun dari Australia seperti apa, sehingga dari ketiga sisi itu kita bisa melihat dan kita bisa mengambil sisi positifnya, dan pada akhirnya kita bisa mengaplikasikan dan bisa menghasilkan sebuah artikel ilmiah internasional. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi selamat Bu Nani, Bu Kajur, dan Bu Sekjur. Ini luar biasa. Semangatnya masih tetap menyala, walaupun saya lihat kalau dari sudut dari perbandingan laki-laki dan perempuan di pendidikan biologi, ini laki-lakinya menjadi kaum minor ya, hanya Pak Mahrawi, Pak Usman, Pak Adit. Selebihnya adalah Pak Najmi. Oh iya, Pak Najmi, lupa. Karena posisinya kalau Pak Najmi kan masih kuliah, jadi saya lupa ternyata sudah. Terima kasih Pak Najmi, ya sudah diingatkan. Ya paling tidak kan menjadi kaum minor ya di pendidikan biologi, karena mayoritasnya perempuan, tapi luar biasa semangatnya cukup tinggi, sehingga tadi saya sampaikan ini hampir setiap minggu Bu Mila berkegiatan. Hari ini pun saya berencana mau rapat dengan para kajur sekjur, termasuk untuk membahas hal ini Bu Mila. Artinya kalau kita hari ini mandek dengan PPKM yang terus ngeyel setiap minggu diperpanjang, terus kapan mau dilaksanakannya kegiatan jurusannya? Sedangkan ini waktu sudah Agustus, September, Oktober kita sudah selesai harus tahun ini. Paling tidak kan Oktober, November itu sudah digojlok tuh Bu Wadek 2 untuk segera memberikan laporan. Makanya saya kira dalam konteks PPKM ini kita tidak bisa menyerah, Pak, alasan PPKM dan sebagainya. mau tidak mau para kajur saya kira harus merange, harus men-set ulang, kalaupun PPKM ini tetap diberlakukan, bagaimana kegiatan itu tetap bisa berjalan. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan selamat buat pendidikan biologi, wabil khusus Bu Kajur dan Bu Sekjur dan Ketua Panitia serta tim Saber ya, tim Saber di pendidikan biologi yang luar biasa, semangatnya tinggi, setiap minggu terus berkegiatan, dan saya kira ini juga harus tertular pada jurusan yang lain, harus iri untuk urusan yang positif ini, harus iri dengan Bu Mila, Bu Iing dan teman-teman dosen biologi dalam situasi masih begini, masih terus berkegiatan. Saya kira itu, sekali lagi selamat. Mari kita buka kegiatan workshop pendampingan penulisan artikel ilmiah internasional pada tanggal 12 Agustus tahun 2021 yang diselenggarakan oleh Program Studi Pendidikan Biologi dengan sama-sama membacakan basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat berkegiatan, semoga hasil dari kegiatan ini banyak menghasilkan artikel ilmiah, khususnya dosen FKIP, sehingga secara kelembagaan mampu menaikkan rating FKIP di Untirta. Paling tidak itu saja, menaikkan rating FKIP di Untirta, walaupun sampai sejauh ini saya berbangga hati. FKIP di Untirta yang bersaing hari ini adalah FT dan FKIP. Saya berbangga hati teman-teman dosen di FKIP banyak kegiatannya dan banyak memberikan kontribusi secara positif kelembagaan ke FKIP dan Untirta secara umum. Demikian Bapak dan Ibu, selamat berkegiatan, semoga hasilnya sesuai dengan harapan. Terima kasih, mohon maaf atas segala kekurangannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih kepada Bapak Dekan atas sambutannya. Untuk menambah keberkahan pada acara kita, mari kita sama-sama berdoa bersama Bapak Ibu untuk kelancaran kegiatan kita. Doa bersama ini akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Nazmi Firdaus MSI. Pada beliau kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hadirin yang berbahagia, dalam kesempatan yang berharga ini izinkan saya untuk memimpin doa bagi hadirin atau peserta yang beragama Islam. Sedangkan bagi yang berkeyakinan lain dipersilakan untuk menyesuaikan sesuai dengan keyakinan masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, hamdan hamidin, hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhil karim wa sultan. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awwalin wal akhirin. Wa barik wa sallim radhiyallahu ta'ala kulli sahabat rasulillah ajma'in. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilm wa barakatan fil rizq wa taubatan qabla al maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin 'alaina fi sakaratil maut wan najata minan nari wal 'afwa dari hisab. Allahumma aslih lana dinana alladhi huwa ismatu amrina wa aslih lana dunyana allati fiha ma'ashuna wa aslih lana akhiratana allati ilayha ma'aduna waj'alil hayata ziyadatan lana fi kulli khair waj'alil mauta rahatan lana min kulli syarr. Allahumma inna na'udzubika min ilmin la yanfa wa min qalbin la yakhsha wa min nafsin la tashbah wa min da'watin la yustajabu laha. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Fadli subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, semoga dari doa bersama kita tadi dapat mempermudah kita dalam menangkap dan memahami materi yang akan disampaikan oleh narasumber, serta kita dapat mengamalkannya atas ilmu dan pengalaman yang kita peroleh pada kegiatan workshop pada hari ini. Amin, 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 ya Rabbal Alamin. Demikianlah serangkaian pembukaan acara pada hari ini. Sebelum kita masuk ke pemaparan dari narasumber, kita akan mengadakan sesi foto bersama. Mohon kepada Bapak Ibu membuka kameranya, dan kepada Bapak Mahrawi, mohon untuk memberi aba-aba kepada para peserta. Alhamdulillah kita di sini ada 3 slide Bapak Ibu. Silakan Pak Mahrawi. Mohon
Baik, terima
dibuka
kasih,
kameranya
Bu.
Bapak Ibu.
Mohon untuk Bapak Ibu open kamera, kami akan men-tag foto. Baik, untuk yang pertama dulu ini masih ada Bu Liska, punten Bu Arum, bisa di on cam kan, Pak Ardian. Baik, saya mulai ya untuk yang slide pertama, senyumnya. 1, 2, 3. Bentar, Bapak Ibu. Baik, kita lanjut ke slide yang kedua. Baik, slide kedua masih banyak yang ditutup Bapak Ibu. Mohon untuk dibuka terlebih dahulu. Bu Dina, Bu Isna mungkin bisa dibuka dulu. Bapak Ibu, biar kelihatan muka ganteng cantiknya. Baik, dibuka dulu. Oke, berkenan untuk dibuka Bapak Ibu.
Ini sedang gangguan Pak Mahrawi, nggak bisa dibuka. Kenapa ya makanya nih?
Belum mandi kali, Pak Lukmannya belum mandi itu, Pak Lukman.
Udah di kampus kan, ini nggak bisa dibuka. Kenapa makanya ditunggu?
Benar ini dipetir nggak bisa nih.
Baik ya Bapak Ibu ya, kita mulai Bapak Ibu. Baik, di senyum 1, 2, 3. Satu lagi, punten sebentar, saya mau share dulu. Baik, tinggal 1 slide lagi Bapak Ibu. Punten, maaf. Baik, dibuka. Masih banyak yang membuka. Oke, baik. Saya ambil ya. 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih Bu Iing sudah 3 slide-nya. Terima kasih.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih Pak Mahrawi. Baik, Bapak Ibu, sekarang kita lanjut saja untuk pemaparan materi pertama. Alhamdulillah, pemateri pertama yaitu Bapak Dr. Eisuke Saito sudah hadir bersama kita.
Bisa Pak, Bu? Bu Ing.
Enggak, Bu Dani.
Halo.
Bu Ing, disapa Bu Dani. Bu Ing, disapa Bu Ing.
Ya, baik. Selamat pagi Pak Dr. Saito.
Halo, good morning Dr. Eisuke.
Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, selamat pagi.
Terima
kasih banyak.
Sudah bagus.
Baik. Ya, selamat bergabung bersama kami, Pak Dokter.
Welcome, Dr. Eisuke.
Ohayo gozaimasu, Prof.
Selamat pagi.
Baik. Sebelum kita mendengarkan pemaparan materi, mari sama-sama kita, saya akan membicarakan moderator pada hari ini, yaitu moderator pada pagi hari ini adalah Ibu Dr. Nani Mariani, ya. Beliau adalah dosen jurusan pendidikan biologi, ya, dengan bidang keahlian mikrobiologi. Nah, Ibu Dr. Nani akan mendampingi Dr. Eisuke Saito dari jam 10.30 sampai jam 12 WIB dalam sesi pemaparan dan diskusi. Mari kami persilahkan kepada Ibu Dr. Nani Mariani untuk memimpin sesi pemaparan pada pagi hari ini.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Iing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. Good morning, Dr. Eisuke Saito. What time is it in Australia?
It's around it's almost like 1:45, so 1:45, 3 hours gap.
Oh, okay. So you have your lunch already?
Thank you so much. Sudah. Makan
Okay.
sudah.
Yeah. So again, I would like to welcome Dr. Eisuke Saito. Welcome
Thank
to
you
our
so much.
campus virtually. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for your time. So my name is Nani. I will chair this session. There will be presentation from Dr. Eisuke Saito for 40 to 50 minutes. And then we will have question and answer session. So apology, I need to send you background for Zoom. You need to
It's all right, no problem. So just try to
jujur,
catch up with the Monash University ones.
Pak Mahrawi, bisa dikirim Pak Mahrawi di kolom chat. So I will send you.
Nanti aja. Tidak apa-apa.
Okay.
Okay. So before the presentation, allow me to introduce Dr. Eisuke Saito. So you actually sent me 37 pages CV. So
Sorry about that. I didn't realize it.
Yeah. Dr. Eisuke Saito is Japanese, but he is now permanent resident in Australia. His current position is a lecturer, educational policy education. So this is the name of your department?
Well, no, actually, just we changed the structure of the faculty. Well, just call me as a lecturer.
Okay.
Dosing aja.
Yeah, you're a member in Faculty of Education.
That's right.
Monash University, Australia. His education background, he received Bachelor in Education in 1995 from International Christian University, Japan. Master degree in Education in 1997 from the same university, International Christian University, Japan, and PhD in 2000 in Educational Development, Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. So Dr. Saito, through long professional experience as education specialist since 2000 in Japan, Singapore, and from 2016 until now as a lecturer in Monash University, Australia. So he received many grants from various international funding agency and authored 2 books. This is, I will mention the title of your books. You have 2 books. The first book is Learning from Children and Facts in Classroom, School Reform and Reflection under Lesson Study for Learning Community. So this is you co-author with Japanese author, right?
That's right.
So this is in Japanese or in English?
I think some of the books is published in English, and then I think are going to be translated into Indonesian, I hope. And then, some project is going on. And yeah, I was also working for Indonesian project from 2003 to 2005, and also additionally 2006 to 2008. So yeah, I'm glad to come back to Indonesia to talk with you. Thank you so much indeed for this opportunity.
Yeah. Then your second book, Lesson Study for Learning Community.
That is written in English, yes, indeed. Yeah.
And has been translated into Vietnamese and Thai.
That's right. That's right.
And of course, you publish many research articles. So Bapak Ibu dosen di sini bisa search di Google Scholar Eisuke Saito, yeah, H-index in Google Scholar 22 with more than 1,500 citation, and Scopus index 16. So today, Dr. Eisuke Saito will talk about effective strategies to find appropriate journal for publishing. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Eisuke Saito to deliver his presentation. Time is yours.
Terima kasih banyak, Dr. Nani. Thank you so much indeed, everyone. I'm so glad to see you all here today. I'm so much honored to have a talk about the effective strategies to find appropriate journals for publishing. Well, partly introduced already by the Dr. Nani, but this is my sort of the profile in the university. I have actually now I have around last night actually, I received an information about acceptance. So I have published 54 international journal articles plus 9 book chapters in English. So this is my background. Still, I'm growing. I hope I can. Still, in comparison with other colleagues, I'm just very small. I need to grow much more. So I really like to learn from you and discuss how we can go about international publications. Also, I am serving 2 journals as the part of the editorial board. One is Asia Pacific Journal of Teacher Education. Perhaps some of you are already informed about the journal. This is the flagship journal of the Australian Teacher Education Association. The other one is Journal of Further and Higher Education. Both are published under Taylor and Francis, the London British. And I'd like to emphasize, however, as introduced by Dr. Nani, all of my education from kindergarten to Estiga, all in Japan. So English is my foreign language. Actually, I'm not still confident much about speaking, writing English. My wife criticized me about my English actually quite a lot. And then so does my, any sort of colleague. Basically, you need to learn more about English. That's right. So still I'm growing, I'm learning. So I just like to share the background with you. So why not? The point is, why not you too? So but at the time of taking one step, the first step into the publications in international journals requires a lot of courage. I was really horrified, scared. But actually, after joining there, after jumping into there, I started to find quite many opportunities are there. Not necessarily only the horrors and terrors. We have opportunities. So I'd like to share with you about that today. So the purpose of this session is to discuss how to effectively choose a journal. This is really at the very initial stage of your international publication journey. First, I'd like to start with, although I'm very sure that other faculty member from the Belfast would talk about how to go for writing itself, but just I'd like to refer to the very beginning process, the deciding a good issue to write about, then choosing a good journal, which is main topic for today. And the third one is, okay, not only just choosing the journal, how to run our cycle of the project is very much decisive. So I'd like to refer to it as well. So for that aim, today's menu is like this. So after this introduction, deciding an issue, choosing a journal, and importantly, enjoying the journey. This is a framework for today. So deciding an issue. I served as the reviewer for the international journals. I work only with the major journals, excellent journals. And I started to serve from 2007 until nowadays, around 91 times. So this is a list of the journal that I have ever worked with. So perhaps you can see which journal I'm working on. And also I served as a reviewer for the refereed books. As a reviewer, what I seek is very simple. First, new knowledge. What kind of new knowledge is this manuscript telling? This is exciting part. Then, obviously, from the good new knowledge, what kind of good insights, new insights can we get? What is the original conceptual theoretical contribution? Not only just talking about, okay, we have done this, we have replicated this experiment and so forth. We want original conceptual or theoretical contribution. Well, in Indonesia or Singapore or Thailand or wherever, we haven't done this yet. It is not enough. We need to go further. We need to produce some new knowledge, new theory, theoretical knowledge, let's say, not necessarily new theory, but theoretical knowledge, conceptual knowledge we need to produce based upon the robust methods, good methods. So this is what I seek as a reviewer. And then probably this will be largely shared with other reviewers and of course editors too. So important thing is your issue. What you are going to discuss, what you are going to investigate into is decisively important. So then turning back to yourself, what is your issue? We need to think. So if I frame, well, based upon my experiences, there are 3 types. Let's say very simple, nothing complicated. The first one is from experiences. You are belonging to the Jurusan Pendidikan, Fakultas Pendidikan, FKIP. So it means that you are practitioner of education. You are scholars of education. You are surrounded by education. There must be a lot and lots of experiences which inspired you already about something related to education. And of course, you are scholar, you are docent. You love reading. So from readings, there might be some inspirations too. In some cases, mixture. Look, very simple. But these 3 windows are open for you to be inspired about production of the knowledge coming from issue. So what is the issue then? I'd like to refer to 2 types of the item. The first one is a personal trouble. Then second one is something related to issue, public issue. Okay, personal troubles, private concern. This, if I just sum up the gist, trouble is trouble, not going beyond your neighborhood. You're wrong. Okay, I had a very bad cold. I had a symptom of having a fever and so forth. This is very much personal. But if it is largely shared with the public, well, this is very much topical around the world. Now still in Melbourne under lockdown. It might be the symptom of the COVID-19. Indonesia, increasing the number, unfortunately. Really wishing you all the safety. So what does it mean? If I refer to, interestingly, in Monash University, this is something new to me when I started to serve there. Students can negotiate to request a sort of the delayed or say extension of the submission of the assignment task. Up to 5 days, I can provide extension. In comparison with last year, 2020, I felt more requests than last year for the extension. I talked with my colleagues. Is that same with in your case? And the majority of them said yes, partly because of the mental health, partly because of the crowded work shifts and so forth. So the issue is, once again, it's related to lockdown, COVID-19, but as a public issue, we have more. There must be some structural reasons. Then we can start to consider why it happens, how it happens. In this way, we try to see the extension of the private problems, private troubles into the zone of public concern, public issue. So this is it. Sociological imagination, as we say, enables us to grasp the how the history and the biography and the relation between the two within the society, the personal troubles and the public issues. We connect, we see some bigger picture in individual smaller size of the phenomena. That's it. Then we need to problematize the issue. The logic is, here we have the problem. Therefore, we need to investigate into it. It's really sometimes hard for us to accept because I experienced this when I used to work in the Singaporean university. One student wrote a really good literature review. This is good, this is good, this is good, therefore let us do it. Other colleague of mine in the same department said, SK, this is not research. This is not literature review. This is the typical way of writing in the ministerial way, the ministry. Rather, we have to, something like this. wait a minute, there should be something wrong. It is not enough. It is not sufficient. Well, it's hard sometimes to be the critical, but pointing out, figuring out something strange, something problematic in the history of either phenomena or arguments built up in the literature. So if it is a case, for me, everything is connected. Can be mundane, can be very small phenomena we happen to have in the classroom where we teach or observe or whatsoever. Even just a way of speech given by the teacher or chit-chats by the students. It can be related to the bigger matter, even a policy. I don't like as a teacher, for example, KBK. Well, KBK would be all the item as I know, but I prefer the previous style of the curriculum and then teaching. Then obviously the posture, gesture, remarks given by the teacher would be influenced by first her own preference and the new curriculum, new policy, something like this. So starting with a small notice, identifying the big implications is very important. So for me, I have been researching into the classroom situation, school situation in mainly Southeast Asia. Always start from here. Small conversations by the students, between students and teachers, or between the teachers. Small, trivial, and mundane realities in everyday life is very, very important. So this notice results into these 4 types of research so far. The first one is a new economics of school reform. The second one is critical studies of school reform. Third one, crisis and education. And fourth one is more related to my own practice back in universities, postgraduate student research. Say, when we had the news about the spread of the COVID-19 last year, I instantly thought, what would happen with the schools in Southeast Asia? So I started to review the literature, what happened in 1998 and 2008. As you obviously understand, the Asian financial crisis and global financial crisis. Well, obviously the nature of the issues would be different, but at least I could make a guess about who would be dropping out, who would be negatively affected. That's how I built up the ideas. So starting from very general, like impacts of COVID-19, and then research problem, risk of dropout of the students. Purpose statements to study risk of the student dropped out in Southeast Asia due to COVID-19, and research question, something like this. Very much fortunately, recently it was published. It took a quite long time, honestly, although it was a commentary. But this is how I frame my study about COVID-19, especially based upon the literature which we can get at the maximum level. I believe that in your university, you have excellent databases. So you have access, and you can't go to the schools. You may not necessarily be able to have a good interviews on face-to-face basis, but it doesn't mean that we can't produce anything. We can produce something if the idea is acceptable. How about you're wrong? So perhaps I would leave this as material for you to take a look later on. So perhaps you can consider later. Then once you come up with a topic or research problem, issues, and so forth, I do recommend you to go with framing a summary. And this is one of the typical ways for us to organize abstract. Locating your paper in the context of the discipline. Focus, identifying research purpose and questions. Report, outlining research methods and findings. Well, it depends on what you do. If it is an essay or say critical discussion paper, not necessarily. But if you are going to utilize the data that you have already, then you can talk about what would be the methods of analysis, like a narrative inquiry, case study, surveys, and so forth, and argue, providing analysis and then arguments and theorization. So let's say I always recommend my young sort of the students, for example, or other colleagues, start with a 200 to 250 words abstract. Then you can clarify your ideas. You may change later on, but you know more clearly about where you are going. So this is an important part of writing abstract first. It can be wrong, it can be different from, not necessarily wrong, sorry, but it can be different from your original intents afterwards. It's fine, but just summarize your ideas and then clarify where you want to go. After coming up with clearer idea, then eventually you may choose a journal. This is most exciting period for me. It's like doing the window shopping. Which journal is my manuscript going to be published? We have freedom. I have freedom to imagine, regardless of whether it is realistic or not. But at least I can imagine where to publish, dream about publications of my manuscript, or setting up the goal. So there will be several ways. And according to my experiences, I have at least 4 options. The first one, which is most frequently done in my case, deciding by publishing houses, like a Taylor & Francis, Sage, Springer, Elsevier, Wiley, those famous publishers. Later on, I will talk about the risk of the predatory journals. Don't go cheap. Pick up a journal, regardless of whatever the size it be. Trustable journal. This is important. If a journal is under the bigger names of the publishing houses, more or less, they are safe and well respected. Many people know. So this is important. The first standard is the publishing houses. The second one, in some cases, some people pick up the journal by the academic societies. In Australian cases like AARE, Australian Association for Research in Education, or American Educational Research Association, British one, but of course, those journals are extremely competitive. But if you can make it, definitely it's huge achievement. Third one would be the databases using Scopus or Web of Science. The fourth one would be the list given by the faculty if you have. Say in Monash case, we have the list of the journals, and I think the list would be revised by either every year or every 2 years. And when I used to serve for the National Institute of Education in Singapore, they have also a list of the sort of recognized journals. So it depends on you, whichever the option would be, it's fine. But perhaps you can familiarize yourself with those kind of windows. That may be recommendable highly. Turning to my own experiences, especially if I work with my master course students, this is a unit for the first unit in the first semester in the first year. So it's a very, very initial unit, I should say, or initial course. But the students are actually 3 students have published already with me, and then one more student is going to. Just yesterday, a day before yesterday, I received a major revision for that student, and then another student is also having the paper under review. Where did we publish these last 3 cases? International Journal of Inclusive Education. Perhaps some of you may know, this is one of the leading journals in the field of inclusive education. Now impact factor is more than 3. Journal of Further and Higher Education. This is smaller, but quite well-established journals. China Journal of Social Work. This is new, but under Taylor & Francis, all of the journals have the sort of the signature of or logo of the Taylor & Francis. And one more. This is another student working with other faculty members, Higher Education Quarterly under Wiley. And then this is under the One Society in the Britain. I tell you one thing, it's so hard to publish in those journals. but I would love my students to have the first class experience. And I'd like you to have the first class experience. I wouldn't like to go for cheap options. I'd like you to take the excellent options. Therefore, let us be alerted about scam journals. Risk of the predatory journals or cheap journals. No values in publications. Even though you have tremendous number of the publication in those predatory journals, no value. Rather, it would be your shame to have your publication list with those journals. And in many cases, this is why they are called as predatory. They exploit you. They cheat you by charging a lot of money. Say we have one small diamond published in excellent journal, and we have tremendous amount of garbage journals articles. Which one would be valuable, more valuable? Obviously diamond. It's much better to have one small diamond rather than a tremendous amount of garbage at your wherever, at your garden, and of course in your list. So choose a good one. And by working in the university, you may receive a lot of personalized invitation for submission of your manuscript to the journal, but don't go for it. I recommend you not to go for it first. You see, those journals are just sending out invitation to everyone. In some cases, their journals are not related to my expertise, excuse me. Journal of business is fine, but journal of urology, medicine, chemistry, no, nothing related to my expertise, but they do send blindly. So they don't think about me. So don't be cheated. Ignore them all and find out the best one in the best publisher for you. This is better option. So my classification of the journals. First one, long trip, taking more than a year. It does by taking a jumbo. And then I don't know where we are going by targeting really, really good journals. If we have the good confidence in what we are writing, tier 1 journals, high impact factor or SNP, Q1 journals, teaching and teacher education, teachers and teaching, Cambridge Journal, research of review of educational research, AERJ, BERJ, and so forth. This is the first one. Second one would be the medium trips. It may take some months or nearly a year. Articles in the good journals, published under leading publishers, emergent journal citation index, small or medium scale, but good journals in excellent publishing houses. As I refer to Taylor and Francis, Elsevier, Sage, or Wiley, those publishing houses, Springer, safe. Not necessarily the top of the top, but smaller scale, they are fine. Short trips, like a bike taxi, OJ, maybe around some months, even sometimes in less than 3 months. Commentaries in either good or tier 1 journals. So we have 3 sets of the sort of the types of the trips that I would expect. So which one? So something that I really, really want to sell nicely. This is my signature. This is what I really bet on. Then long trip. It can be long, but I don't go cheap at all. Second one, okay. I would be very happy if I can publish somewhere. The third one, I need a speed. For example, COVID-19. I published 3 articles about COVID-19. Short trips. And recently I have published 1 paper about the Burmese issues. I need a speed, short trip, but in a good journal, in Sage, something like this. In such a way you can make a decision which pathway you take. So once again, what is necessary for us to consider is still we have a lot of gap. the satisfactory level for the publication in the journal. Especially if I work with the students, it's really hard. Refining academic literacy, evidencing the claims in the literature, locating works in the broader theories and trends. It's hard, but a good opportunity to learn. I get to know how expensive to fly the first class, but it is still part of first class experience. What is necessary? Guts and resilience. We need to really work hard. And then lots of rejections would come. But we encourage ourselves. We keep our chin up. This is what I learned. Say, the first option. I always start with Taylor and Francis because we have, well, in this desktop photo, 291. Nowadays, they drop the number up to the point of 270 sharp. But look, they have 270 journals under their own company. There must be something that is suitable to your topic, your issue. 270 journals. In Sage, if not mistaken, around 80 we have. Springer around 30. So in total, roughly 400 to 500 options we have from only excellent publishing houses with good guarantee. You can do your business with either one of them. One of my colleagues said, there must be a nest for our paper. I love this phrase. There must be a nest for our paper. You can find somewhere. The second one, for example, the associations. Australian Educational Researcher is a flagship journal of AARE, Australian Association for Research in Education. Database, we can go for Scopus, something like this. If I pick up Professional Development in Education, which is the first journal that I could publish my first article based upon my experiences in Indonesia. Well, at that time, in 2005, the title of the journal was different, the Journal of In-Service Education. But this journal is still really, how can I call this, wonderful one for me. And then we take care about the SNP. If it is beyond 1.0, very good one. When I joined in Monash, the standard was beyond 0.5. So if the journal has SNP, it's good. All right, you can trust. If it is beyond 0.8 or 1.0, excellent, go for it. The other one would be Journal Citation Reports, Web of Science. So if I turn to the Professional Development in Education, look, impact factor is so high now, 2.689. Very good. Quite unusual for education journal to have more than 2.0. But now quite larger number of the journals start to have the higher impact factor in comparison with the scales in 2015, for example. Just within 5 to 6 years, situation has dramatically changed. And it is considered as Q2. So, and then, well, this is a bit old desktop photo, but once again, this is a journal under the International Professional Development Association. So those big major associations are likely to have their own journals under good publishing houses. The other one is open database called Scimago. Well, Monash succinctly use Scimago as their database or say reference, but they don't do anymore. But still, well, it's all right. You can refer to Scimago anyway. They also prepare some Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 things for you. Turning back to professional development in education, it is considered as Q1. And of course, you can utilize a Google Scholar. And also you can type up impact factor journal, education ranking or whatever the keyword would be, you type up and get some ranking list. you can if you want. So once I come up with a topic, once I can identify which journal to submit, I make a list. I keep this habit from 2004, actually. And still I'm running this kind of system. The dark blue one are the articles already accepted. Mid blue under review, light blue under construction or revision, yellow one definitely new, something like this. So this is what I currently work on. Some of them are just accepted recently, the other one. So I will talk more about how to organize our schedule and also running the way later on. But before that, I'd like to say one point. Recently, unfortunately, the situation is getting more and more competitive, especially from 2010s. Multiple rejection before an acceptance is quite usual. There is a need, therefore, to have plan A, B, and C, and D, and E until it is accepted. Just I'd like to refer to the recent example. This paper was accepted sometime at the end of July. The evolution of joint teacher observations and reflections as signs of heterogonia and heteroopia, based upon my collaboration with the Vietnamese teachers from 2006. And this took a quite, not necessarily long time in comparison with some other heavy work, but I will tell you one thing. I started with this educational philosophy and theory, which is one of the good journals about education theory and philosophy, but it was quite instantly rejected. The editor offered an option to submit to Access, which is also a journal attached to the association. This is the journal under the Australian Association of Philosophy of Education, something like that. But I didn't go for that option because it was not indexed in any database and it is not published under any major publishing houses. If it is, definitely I would go for. But before reaching this particular journal, I decided to explore a bit more about the other opportunities. I tried out Journal of Education for Teaching, which is another good journal about the education and teachers issues. Within 5 days, it was rejected. Then in April, I resubmitted the paper to this reflective practice, which is under Taylor and Francis, not necessarily top of the top, but still good journal, as I believe. I provided a keynote speech about this topic in February this year. And then right after providing the speech, I sent the manuscript. My strategy is to prepare manuscript by the time of the presentations, speech in the conference or whatsoever. And after getting the question, I revised quickly and sent it. This is my strategy. And this is how I publish, especially the initial works. And then, so started around the beginning of March, completed by the end of July this year. So it is important to have multiple plans. There is a need, therefore, to know whereabout journals. Regular browsing outlets in the publishing houses is highly recommended. Recently, I do not necessarily do, but say until a couple of years ago, whenever I have time, it was my habit to take a look at, the journals under the good publishing houses. As I said earlier, Taylor and Francis is the first choice for me, always. So I kept browsing the journals. Whenever I come up with the topic, I straight away go to the website of the journals and then check, okay, which one would be the best fitting, this kind of things. Then you start to familiarize yourself. Nowadays, some colleagues start to come to me, okay, which journal would you recommend? Okay, what is your topic? Fine, okay, then you can go to the teachers and teaching. Perhaps you can try compare, those kind of journal outlets instantly come up. If you train up yourself, educate yourself to this degree, definitely you are advantaged in choosing the best journal. So having a good list of the good publishers and Routledge, if it is rejected, then Sage and Springer and Elsevier, something like this. So this would be the floor. Then now, the most important thing, you need to enjoy the journey. And how can we enjoy the journey? Put it into reality. You need to make it happen. But how? Of course, about the technical matters, writing issues would be dealt with by the professor from Ireland afternoon. So I just would leave it to her. But if I just briefly explain about the cycle first of the review of the journal. Well, you are already familiar with the journal review cycle, probably based upon your exposure to either Indonesian or international journals. You submit, there'll be a couple of options. The first one will be accept as it stands, which rarely happens. Sending out, okay, can you mute Dr. Dani? Yeah, sorry. All right, okay, thank you so much indeed. And in majority of the cases, either reject, unfortunately, or sending out for review. If it is luckily sent out for review, once again, there will be some possibilities like this. But if it is sent out for review, you can rejoice. It's a good step. And if it is returned as revision, once again, you need to go back to the revising and submission. So my own case, as I said earlier, I had the working experiences in Indonesia from 2003 to 2004. That was an excellent experience for me. I really got impressed with the hard work by the docents and also the teachers in the schools. And there must be some sort of the vehicle to report about their zeals and efforts. I tried, well, I should say I was stupid. I thought I should write in Japanese. In 1 year, I prepared 10 manuscripts and all of them got rejected. I got angry. All right, okay, gentlemen, I never rely upon you. I turned to international publications. Stupidly, I thought I could. But until that time, I was so afraid. I was so scared about the publications in international journals, or international journals are gigantic enemy. Definitely they would reject my papers instantly, something like that. Yeah, when I was a doctorate student, I had a long history of struggle to publish my paper in Japanese journals. So I was least confident. But actually, no. You would find more opportunities if the methodology is good, if writing is clear, and if your issue is interesting. There is a larger possibility for you to publish internationally. So, from 2006 to 2008, successive acceptance in international journals for 3 times. 2006 to 2007, sorry. And then all of them are excellent journals, actually. I was surprised. Now, each one of them, the Professional Development in Education is really one of the best journals in the field of teacher education. International Journal of Educational Development is one of the excellent journals in comparative education. Improving Schools, not necessarily to the degree of these two, but still one of the good journals in the field of school management, school leadership. I could publish successfully without being rejected for any time. I was happy. So that was a beautiful misunderstanding, I would call, but that was the beginning for me to step into publishing the papers internationally. And this is how I got the job in both Singapore and here in Australia. The experiences made my life completely different. If I wouldn't have published any paper in international journals, probably I would be still international consultant, which is a decent way of living. I liked it, but not working for the academia. Definitely not. So, as I said, can I do that? And then some of you may have tried out already. And then if you have received major revision or reject and resubmit, how do you feel? Actually, some of my students misunderstood completely. Oh, it's a major revision, not a long list of the criticism. I can't do. No. You can't. Ashley, if I receive major revision, I say, yes, Kitabisa, something like this. So we have some options from acceptance, minor revisions, major revisions, and revise and resubmit. Well, in the final case, reject and resubmit. Oh, well, still, it is not. Reject and resubmit is still good. And ultimately reject. But I would say minor revision till the reject and resubmit. You get a good news. You win the game. Definitely you can win the game. If you get the rejection, maybe you need to be out. But recently I read an article on the internet. Many of the authors negotiate with the editor, and then quite reversed decision would be made afterwards. You can, if you're brave. I have never done. Perhaps next time I'll do. But important thing is, don't give up. Don't give up. If you receive return as the revision, spend all the costs. Sometimes you can't sleep in the evening because of the hard work. It's okay, just 1 or 2 nights. Do it. Revise it. Show your guts and get it done. Then you can make a, how can I call this? Entirely different experience. The world will get to know you and your work. They will pay attention to your work. It's a difference that you can make. Come on. You don't have to waste your efforts in the past. You make it. Definitely you make it. So, important thing is, we need to be determined to be out of comfort zone. Certainly, it's really hard. Honestly, I feel hard to write in English, think in English, express the things in English, refer to English literature. Hard. Really hard. But it gives me an opportunity to grow. You can't miss it. One more thing. Set up your due date. Your students submit their papers, submit their assignments, right, by the end of the semester. Why? Because you set up the due date. And it means a lot to them. Likewise, this is really sort of openly secret tip. Set up your due date. Then you start to work on, naturally, start to work for keeping yourself in the due date. So by 31st of August, even you can designate the time, 12:00 sharp, 12:00 sharp in the morning of the 31st of August, 2021, I complete drafting. If you come to the point of completing the first draft, that draft would evolve and then evolve to the point of submission. I can guarantee. Many people get, how can I call this, giving up because of being so hard to reach that point. So somehow, anyhow, at any course, you need to come to the point of completing the first draft. You need to complete it. For that aim, what is necessary? Once again, I will tell you, due date. Due date will govern you. Set up the due date and set up the journal. And don't stop in the middle. Aim at high. Aim at the high quality. Don't compromise. Because the cheap manuscript is obviously rejected. So do your best. Don't stop in the middle. Set up your due date. These are important things. I give you one more alert. Fair game, please. Just like to show this dead core of a paper. I find quite many like this retracted article because of the plagiarism, because of stealing, because of the fake, because of anything. If your paper is retracted for these reasons, you show your dead body in public forever. This paper is not only just retracted, their dead body is kept shown until the Taylor and Francis get bankrupted. You can't go anywhere. This is the end of the world as an academic. So don't do the fake thing. Be honest, be fair, and be sincere intellectually. That's important strategy for us to survive in this. All right, so, okay, sorry. All right, sorry. So acceptance is getting harder and harder. And empirical papers seem to be a little easier, but it depends. Harder one would be conceptual theoretical papers, literature review, but it doesn't mean it is impossible. The works with my students are all based upon only literature, no empirical work. Because these are the sort of upgraded works of their assignments of the first unit in the first semester in the first year. But it's a long journey. For example, one paper we submitted October 2018. It was accepted next year, exactly 12 months. Another paper, even actually almost like 2 years. And then several journals rejected it instantly. We were almost discouraged, but we kept trying on and on and on. This paper as well. So it's really hard. It takes a long time, especially if it is a first trial for you. But don't give up. Target the good one and keep upgrading the quality of your work till it is accepted. This is our work. And then it is not the shame for us to be rejected. It is daily bread and butter things. I am really proud of all of my scores. I said I published 54 papers, but my rejection frequency would be 3 times more. Because, as I explained, each paper would be rejected at least once. Honestly, quite frequently. So don't worry about the rejection. It's a sort of greetings from the academic society. Hello, SK, how are you? Rejection. Other person, how are you? Rejection, something like this. But we need to keep going on and on and on until it is the nest that we can find. Never give up. Instead then, as an achievement, these excellent journals invited my students as reviewers. Well, it is not money, but it is a great recognition. Gazelle Fatemi, for example, Iranian student, is invited for the review for the open learning and general further and higher education. My other Chinese student, Tong Huang, was invited for the review, BMC Psychiatry under Springer. Great achievement. You will be recognized if your work is internationally published. And I was invited by the journal, International Journal for Educational Development, for the first time after I published the paper 3 times there. I was honored. Why not you? So important thing is aim high, make a plan, and log your time. Well, for aiming high is related to what I said. Have a vision. Why do you publish in English? What you would like to inform the rest of the world. target excellent quality. Don't sell cheap. Pick up reputable journals. Look at the author's name, Raihani, Wu Ying, and then probably this would be related to his or her dissertation, I guess. But Compare is one of the excellent leading journals in the field of comparative education. I can find quite many Indonesian authors now in Terra and Francis Journal. Why not you? So once again, set up the due date, revised planning, keep task for each day small, goal, plan, action, something like this in order to achieve it. Say, my strategy, for example, is one sentence for a day, one reading. I try to deal with 5 to 7 projects each day. Well, it depends. Nowadays, I'm a bit busy, so 3 to 5, but it's okay. One project, minimum 10 minutes spent for in the morning. So I set up the really small step, not necessarily definitely defining what to be done a week ahead, but okay, I can spend at least 5 to 10 minutes for my work, for my own writing about this topic. Another 5 to 10 minutes I can spend, something like this. So you can make it small, but keep doing. So impact so far. From May last year till now, 13 papers accepted. 13. I have, as I said, published 54 papers in total, and 13 out of 54 accepted within just 14 months. And if I take a look at last year's number, 8 out of 9, and this is already 5. So this is how. And 40 papers under review, and then 13 papers are new within this period, and 16 papers under construction. But look, what do I do? Every morning, 5 to 10 minutes for each work. That's it. But it can pile up a lot, reading. And I tried to submit 7 papers to submit within July, and August. It's August now. And then 1 under proofreading, 1 under member check, and 5 I need to complete. So you need to set up the good goal and self-monitor, and then self-assessments, and then strategy use are important. And how much your goals are met is really important. You need to have a really clear view about this. So plan, keeping the time logs, understanding the time use, revising activities, and coming back to planning. So I try to set up a couple of, or say some types of the plans. Semester plan for 3 months, monthly plan, and weekly plan, and daily plan. So 4 items: research, teaching, workshops. Recently, I prepare for my own promotion. So instead of workshops, I put the item of promotion, and other items, miscellaneous. Saturday, Sunday, setting up plans and reflection would be done about what I have done. And taking time logs. I prepared 2 notes. The first one is for planning. So this is monthly plan, weekly plan, and then from May last year, I decided to provide a sort of rough idea about which day, what item I would write about. So I don't have to worry about what to do for each day, because I define, okay, on Monday, 6th of July, I will cover this, this, and this item. I target it to complete. This is a daily plan. And then I keep the time log, something like this. So I woke up early in the morning, and then from 5:47, I started to work on 1 paper. And at 8 o'clock, I sort out the kitchen and then take the breakfast and so forth. At 8:40, I came back to the desk to work for my teaching and so forth. In this way, I keep the log of the time use. Well, it depends on you. But after doing this time log things, the focus of attention, concentration started to be better. Honestly, if I share. So it is highly recommendable. But sometimes I'm down. I'm not really productive. I'm human being. I'm dumb. So not necessarily at the very top of the world every day. So what should I do? Write down your dissatisfaction. I write down, my anger, my frustration. I don't like this. I got angry. I get frustrated with myself, with somebody else or whatever. I don't like this or something like that. Anger, frustrations, concerns, or anxieties, you can. Earlier the jotting, better. At the earlier point of the time, if you can jot them down, if you voice them out, you feel better, actually. The earlier intervention is actually better. Interestingly, after I scatter all the sort of the balls of anxiety, angers, frustrations, dissatisfactions, from next day, I can work better. Not necessarily completely perfectly, no, not at all, but at least better than yesterday, better than the day before. If you need, go for sleep. And you don't have to blame yourself. We are all human beings. Sometimes we need a rest. Don't feel guilty. This is important. So I think I've covered the content for today. I'm sorry I've been too much, maybe. If you have any questions, I'm most delighted to welcome any kind of questions. Dr. Nani, please.
Thank you for the nice presentation, Dr. Eisuke. And I think this is, for me, is very inspiring.
Thank you.
Inspiring and motivate me. Because you really going step by step from choosing the topic, identify the journal, have multiple plan, be determined, don't give up, and set deadline, right? So then I remember when the first semester, when I start my PhD, the first course that my professor suggests me is to take time management course.
Oh, okay.
It's really like we are setting our goal and we have a deadline. But now, I mean, when you have when you are a PhD student, you have a deadline, right? You need to graduate.
That's right. Yes.
You need to submit. You cannot graduate without publishing. But now, since we are in the comfort zone, we have. I mean, we are well paid.
Yes.
So how to push ourselves?
That's right.
To get out from the comfort zone. I think that maybe you can keep that. That's my question. You can keep that. I will offer the
opportunity for others.
Yes, to post a question for you. So is there any question from Bapak Ibu dosen di sini? Ada yang mau bertanya? Silahkan. You can.
There are two people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Bu Ila, silahkan Bu Ila. Bu Ila. Maybe you can introduce yourself, the name and your department, your area of research.
Thank you, Bu Nani. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
Yeah.
My name is Ila. I'm from Department of Non-Formal Education.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah. My research area is about the alternative education and also transformative learning. So thank you for your engaging talks, as Nani said before. And also congratulations for Monash University on opening new campus here in Indonesia on October.
Oh, yes, indeed, yes.
Yeah, it's located in the same province with us.
Right, yes.
Yeah. So I have two questions for you. Sure. My first one is, as we comes from a non-speaking English country with many local issues come up in regular basis, include in the research topics, do you think is it interesting to bring local issue discussed in the article, or is it better to raise common or global issue? Which one more attract the reviewer?
Okay.
My second question is, could you provide us tips on how to respond to reviewer inquiries? Because on my experience, sometimes they give us critical question about our specific works or writing, but I feel confused on how to respond or revise those specific line or writing. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Perhaps I would receive one more person's the question first, maybe.
Okay, so next questioner, is there any question before?
I think Dr. Arum.
Doctor?
Hello. It's a very blessed if I'm a doctor.
Go on.
Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, I think, Mr. Isuke Saito.
Thank
My
you.
name is Arum Fatiasari. I am a lecturer, an English lecturer in one of private institution in Serang, Banten, Indonesia. So I'm really thankful about your information and knowledge of this journal making and the kinds of articles that you made is very, very knowledgeable. And then I hope I can be you someday in the future. Yeah, so my question is, I had one of research. It's been 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, but is it possible for me to submit or to make a journal, even though it is a very long research? And if it is hopefully I can also submit it into one of the journal sites and then to international also. So that's my question, sir. Is it possible if I can make it into an article or a journal, even though it is a very long research? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Dr. Nani, inclusive yours, may I respond for a time being? Is it okay?
Yes.
Right. So I'd like to start with responding to the question given by Dr. Ila. The sort of the problems about the choice of the topics. I do recommend you to write about the local issues. And then I don't hesitate to recommend you to write about Indonesian cases. My first work to publish was actually based upon the Indonesian works. Say, if I can show you, just a moment, I share the screen with you. All right. Then one more. Do write about Indonesian issues. Because you are the expert of the matter, you would be more confident about what you're writing. And then that's what you are interested in. Why not? So this is the very first work to be accepted in the international journals. Indonesian lesson study in practice, case study for Indonesian mathematics. Oh, look, I refer to Indonesia for many times, even within one same title. And the second work is this. Indonesian once again. It's based upon the project which I was engaged in. So actually I published with the colleagues from UM. The first work was together with UPI. And then so is the third one. And this is the third article about Indonesian issues. Actually, I published up to the 4 from 2006 to 2008. And I published 2 more papers about Vietnamese issues. So initial 6 works are always about those local issues, if you name. And the majority of my publications are about local schools in Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia. Those schools, my experiences there. I don't talk even much about the Japanese cases. Well, some, yes, but in many cases, coming from there. So don't hesitate. The second one is how to respond to reviewers' comments. This is indeed confusing. This is really challenging because their job is to let us be confused. So as a reviewer, we put the extremely difficult question. We try to figure out to make the authors suffer. actually, because this is our job. We need to consider every single opportunity which does not fit with the findings or your arguments. So actually there is no golden rules, but I know it's very, very sounding boring, but think hard. But my strategy, I have two strategies in revising my paper. The first one is I try not to argue with the reviewers. In some cases, some authors do argue back, disagree, which is possible if you do it in a polite way. But in many cases, reviewers are quite very strong in terms of legitimate arguments. So their claims are valid, their claims are legitimate. So we need to sincerely respond to the question. Even though you may not necessarily be completely happy with your own response, it's fine. Do your best. This will be one of the important steps that we can take, and keep thinking about it until you get satisfied with your own. Second one, I try to be efficient, meaning that try to kill two birds by one stone. Actually, the responses given by the reviewers, especially by, for example, two reviewers, sometimes they duplicate the comments. Reviewer one said, this part is something that you can revise or you should revise. Reviewer two would also pay attention to the same points. We need to consider carefully. So if I can play out well with one of the comments, it would help me respond better to the other part of the comments by other reviewer. So we can try to seek that opportunity. Actually, we don't have to, what we have to do is really think, interpret the comments deeply. How can we minimize our work and maximize the impacts? Well, obviously it is easy to say, difficult to do, but this is what I keep thinking. And then the breakthrough for this is actually to think hard. Sorry, probably regarding the issues farther than this, maybe requiring us to sit together and consider. So I can't do at this stage, but consult with your friends, also seek the comments given by your colleagues. If it is preferable, you can include the colleague who responded to your questions, your query, your request for the help, actually as a part of the Corsa teams, because they contribute as well. So think hard. If it is hard within yourself, seek the help from other colleagues. And then, is it okay with you, Dr. Ira? I don't know whether, yes, Dr. Ira, is it fine with you?
Thank you for your response. Thanks.
Thank you. And then I'd like to respond to the Dr. Arum. I think it is possible to submit the manuscript based upon the data, which is a little older. Say, for example, I submitted the paper based upon the reflections in 2018. And the reviewer said the data is old, but it was not rejected. So especially after the COVID-19, it was about the offshore teaching. So Australian universities provide, just as I think the Dr. Ira said, or as you yourself said, Dr. Arum, the Monash is running the program in Indonesia, in your area, Banten. So meaning that they go transnationally. And then I wrote about my own transnational education experiences. I have been teaching some students in Singapore from the Faculty of Education, Monash. So I used to fly to Singapore. Now I teach online. And then some other colleagues and I did some self-reflection about the experiences before the COVID-19. So the editor and then reviewer said, you should incorporate more. Okay, that's easiest part. We further extended our reflection, our data up to the point now. So if there is any comments like that, just follow if you can. If you cannot, say the data was completed, you see data collection was completed, you can't go back to the field. If you can, perhaps you can. But if you can't, justify why you consider, why you analyze the data up to that particular point. Say, the data is old, but it doesn't mean that data means nothing. There must be some significance. There must be something that we can learn from analyzing the data. If I were you, I try to argue, look, certainly the data is old, but still it is significant to analyze this old data in this sense and that sense. So if I add one more example, just last night, I received an acceptance of the manuscript together with my students. And then students discussed her experience in teaching in Japanese schools in, I think, 2014 or 15. So like yours, or even older than yours. Reviewer said, it's a long time ago. What is the meaning? So we try to justify the analysis by saying, certainly the form of the education transformed into online nowadays due to the COVID-19, but it is critically important to analyze how they were before the pandemic took place. And that would inform the way of acceptance to utilize the ICT, for example. Something like that. You need to justify. So once again, this is the necessity for us to think really well about examinations or about the explanation, of the use of the data. But if you can, why not? Why not? This is something that I can suggest. Is it okay with you, Dr. Arum?
Okay, thank you very much for your response, Mr. Saito.
Thank you.
It's very knowledgeable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then if I turn back to the question given by Dr. Nani yourself, how can we get out of the comfort zone? Oh, well, this is really difficult question because in many cases, people are dependent on the sort of the sets of incentives, I should say. If there is no incentive, many people have difficulties and challenges to take an action. But actually, when I was a consultant, the same thing was said. Other colleagues in the consultancy said, oh, HK, there is no meaning for you to publish internationally because you can't change your salary by publishing the papers. That's true. Fine, but I wanted to make a difference. So I wouldn't say that this task is for everyone, international publications, especially if it is not the condition. Nowadays, even the Japanese universities are chasing the faculty members to push them to publish internationally, like the University of Hiroshima. They change the salary dependent on their publications in the international journals. Well, I think it is too radical, but otherwise, people are likely to keep themselves in the comfort zone. Fine. If you want to stay there, you stay. But if you want to make a difference, why not? It was a sort of the sensation I had in the field in Indonesia. I need to tell the rest of the world about what I observed. And it was under JICA project. There are so many university professors coming over to Indonesia to work with Indonesian colleagues, but no international publication were published. It is surprising. Why not? And then if the efforts made by these people are ignored, is it good? I thought no. Then who can do that? Well, it's my arrogancy, but I thought it is me. If no one does, I will. That's what I decided. So in order to get out of the comfort zone, what do we need? Some people say motivation, yes, but I think the fundamentally important it would be your determination. Anyway, out is out. Guts is guts. Decision is decision. Once you decide, go at any cost. I'm sorry, but this is how I encourage myself. Actually, I didn't encourage myself. I was into it. But I should say one more thing. When I was a postgrad student, I was most hesitant student to publish my paper. And I was unsuccessful, actually. I was least successful student in publishing papers. But determination changed my life. Do is do. That's it. You can call it as divine message, divine order. Yeah. Allah says, do it, then do. That's it. If you come across with that message from God, do it. That's what I believe. Is it okay with you if I respond in this way?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Esuke. I mean, this depends on the person, right? I mean, you can set a goal very high. I want to publish a top-notch journal and really struggling to get there.
It is hard. It is hard, but it doesn't mean impossible.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, of course, you would experience a lot of rejection, honestly. In the most frequent rejection, so in one example, I needed to submit 10 journals to publish one paper. It took more than 3 years to publish one article. But this is my iconic article now, Teacher as Colony. And that paper is published in Cambridge Journal of Education. It was a really, really struggling period. It was a struggling journey. I started with which journal? Oxford Review of Education, instantly rejected. Journal of Education, Journal of Education Policy, Teaching and Teacher Education, Teachers and Teaching, Critical Studies in Education, so and so, all rejected. Okay, this is the last choice for me, Cambridge Journal of Education. I hope, please, something like this. And eventually they accepted. It took 3 years.
And it's worth to wait, yeah?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Once you can get it, oh, it's life-changing experience.
Satisfaction.
More than satisfaction. Actually, one of our Indonesian students published a paper in Teaching in Higher Education, which is Q1 journal in the field of higher education, quite recently. And until the publishing the paper there, he was really apprehensive. He was least confident about his writing. But after publishing the paper, he became completely confident and more motivated, interested. So it's turning around experience for his life.
Yeah.
You would live differently.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Esuke.
Thank you so much.
Last question, because time is up, but I think I will deliver to last question from the column chat. So there's a statement, to be accepted in a high quality of journal, I heard that we need to collaborate with someone as one of the author who has experience before in the topic that we choose. So we cannot, or it is difficult to be accepted if the authors are unknown or never published an article in that international journal. So this is whether the statement is true or not.
False. F. F. I would say instantly F. Well, obviously, it will be better or advantaged because of the knowledge that they have. But look, I will share you again my first paper. Me, and then Pak Harun, Pak Kuboki, Pak Tachibana. Pak Harun was a faculty member of UPI, but he has never published any paper, even in Indonesian journal. Pak Kuboki is a project coordinator. Pak Tachibana is an officer of JICA. So except me, no one. And then I myself didn't have any experience of publishing internationally either. I was nobody, I am nobody even now. But look, we could publish the paper in a really good journal. Routledge, Terran Francis, Journal of In-Service Education, which is now called as Professional Development in Education. We could make it. So it is harder because of the lack of information, but it doesn't mean impossible. So don't feel down, actually, by having nobody resourceful and so forth. However, you need to ensure the quality. This paper was accepted because of the opinion by the reviewers saying that this paper is well written, well structured, and legitimate, and easy to follow. So clarity of writing is extremely important. Following the mechanism of academic English writing is very important. Whatever you have as good ideas, if it is not expressed well, it is hardly accepted. So English brush up, way of writing, topic sentencing, and also having the validity in your research methodologically is important. And good dialogue between the past literature and your own findings is very critical. So those kind of basics have to be done, which you are going to discuss with the professor from Belfast together in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eisuke, for
Thank you so much.
answering the question. And unfortunately, we are in the end of, and time is up in the end of our session. So I would like to say thanks again for wonderful talk and
thank you so much.
Experience and discussion. So I want to Bapak Ibu dosen give big applause for Dr. Eisuke Saito using icon applause.
Thank you so much.
And also applause for all the participants, Bapak Ibu dosen, for your active participation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your listening.
I hope all of you enjoy and benefit the presentation and discussion, motivate yourself to write and push yourself to publish in high impact journal. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I hand over to Bu Iing.
Baik.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Dr. Eisuke.
So I go now. Okay, thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima
kasih. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Saito. Baik. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu yang telah berpartisipasi dalam sesi diskusi pada sesi yang pertama. Dan pada selanjutnya kita masih ada 2 narasumber lagi. Dan ini kita akan jeda istirahat ya Bapak Ibu. Kita masuk jeda istirahat untuk sholat, makan siang, dan istirahat sejenak. Dan insya Allah nanti kami mengharapkan kehadiran Bapak Ibu kembali di Zoom meeting ini pada pukul 13.15, yaitu jam 1:15, dengan narasumber kedua dan ketiga yang insya Allah tidak kalah menariknya. Gitu. Ya. Dan untuk Bapak Ibu peserta boleh meninggalkan room atau tetap di dalam room ini, silahkan. Dan kami sangat berharap jam 13.15 kita bisa bergabung kembali di room meeting ini. Dan mungkin seperti itu informasinya. Baik. Bu Nani. Ya, terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Bu Iing.
Ya, silakan Bapak Ibu untuk beristirahat.
Sampai ketemu jam
13.15, Ibu Nani.
Terima kasih Ibu Iing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang Bapak Ibu.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
5 menit lagi kita mulai ya Bu Nani ya?
Iya Bu.
Ibu
Dina sudah
yang datang belum? Sudah ada?
Sudah hadir, Bu.
Alhamdulillah. Makasih Bu Nina.
Sama-sama, Bu.
Ibu Dr. Aislingnya belum datang ya Bu Nani?
Belum kayaknya. Ini aku lagi, kayaknya belum.
Coba. Oh, sudah. Alhamdulillah.
Oke.
Sudah hadir.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Aisling. It's Nani.
Hello there. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good.
Very good, very good.
Thank you for your time.
Kita mulai 4 menit lagi ya Bu Nani. Mangga diinfokan.
We'll start in 4 minutes, okay?
No problem. That's okay. And will I be okay to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mbak I mau share screen atau gimana? Bu
narasumbernya aja yang share screen nanti. Nah, kalau pas kita mulai.
Oh, jadi dia sekarang mau share screen?
Oh, memang belum mulai kan tapi kita. Nanti aku mau bacain moderatornya Bu Nina dulu, apa biodata Bu Nina dulu.
Oke. So, Dr. Aisling, so maybe you can share your presentation when Bu Dina starts.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
So, what time is it in the UK?
It's just 7:30 in the morning, so the sun is up.
We're just having our lunch here.
Yes. Did you have a good morning? Did you have some good sessions in the morning?
Yes, we have a fruitful discussion.
Brilliant.
Punten Ibu Nani, ini yang recording siapa ya? Bu Dwi kah? Belum hadir ya Bu Dwi.
Mau siapa yang nge-record?
Dulu. Coba dari
saya recordin Bu.
Oke.
Nanti akan saya recordkan, Bu.
Ya, oke. Makasih Pak Mahrawi. Kita nunggu teman-teman hadir, kurang lebih 2 menit lagi akan kita mulai.
So, Dr. Aisling, how's COVID pandemic in the UK now?
Thank you very much for asking. So now in the UK, it's very much around vaccinations.
Okay.
The numbers have started to increase again, but they're finding it with younger people and people who haven't been vaccinated. So, how are things with you there in Indonesia?
Yeah, we are also getting vaccinated, but you know, Indonesian people, it's like 215. So it's not all of us, but yeah, almost like in the, especially in the university, and for health people who working in the healthcare and the hospital. And now I think for the people working in the hospital, they will get like a 3rd vaccination from Moderna, because before we using Sinovac from China. So
Yes,
we
I
are a
heard.
priority, yeah.
Right. Okay.
But all of us now still working from home.
Yes, yes, that's the same here. Mostly the same here as well. People continue to work from home when they can and where they can. So that's, yeah, we need to be careful and keep ourselves safe.
Yeah.
Too.
So hopefully will be better this year.
I know, hopefully so. Fingers crossed.
Okay, Bu Iing, I think we can start.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu peserta workshop pendampingan penulisan artikel ilmiah internasional. Alhamdulillah sudah hadir bersama kita Ibu Dr. Aisling. Thank you. Dan mari Bapak Ibu kita mulai saja untuk sesi materi kedua pada hari ini, ya, siang hari ini, yaitu yang akan dipandu oleh Ibu Dr. Dina. Baik, saya akan membacakan sebentar. Ini kok, sorry, maaf, mohon maaf. Baik, saya akan membacakan biodata dari moderator kita, yaitu Ibu Dina. Ya. Beliau nama lengkap Ibu Dr. Dina Rahmawati. Ya. Beliau adalah dosen dari jurusan Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris FKIP Untirta. Nah, apabila Bapak Ibu ingin berkoresponden dengan Ibu Dina, ini ada nomor handphonenya yaitu 081394885248 atau melalui email dina@untirta.ac.id. Ya, beliau menempuh pendidikan S1 dan sampai dengan S3-nya di Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Nah, beliau sangat konsen di bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Ya. Demikian sedikit perkenalan untuk Ibu Dr. Dina Rahmawati. Kepada Ibu Dr. Dina Rahmawati, kami persilahkan untuk memandu acara pemaparan sesi kedua ini. Silakan Ibu Dina.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Iing, ya, Ibu Nani. Okay, saya mulai ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dina, as has been introduced by Ibu Iing. And for this second session, I'll be the moderator of Dr. Aisling Oboil. It's an honor for me. I would like to welcome Dr. Aisling to the Faculty of Teacher Education of Untirta. Actually, it's not the first time for Dr. Aisling to visit Untirta virtually, yeah, isn't it? So how are you today, Dr. Aisling?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you. I'm always delighted to connect with everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
One day, hopefully one day I'll get there in person. That's
yeah. Hopefully next year. Yeah. The last time we met was in April in short course series program. So it's so great to see you today. Yeah. In the second sessions, Dr. Aisling will deliver the presentations about step-by-step guide to writing research article. To start the sessions, let me firstly read her curriculum vitae, the short one. Yeah. Dr. Aisling Oboil is the senior lecturer at School of Education, a School of Social Sciences, Education and Social Work. Her research interests are in the fields of English education, English language learning, teaching and education. She's also interested in the applications of research in corpus linguistic to education and has been involved in the design, development, and research of a number of spoken corpora investigating the constructions of knowledge in classroom context, speaking skills, stance taking, language use in intercultural and multicultural contexts. And she's currently a director of Center for Language Education Research. Okay, Dr. Aisling, you have 60 minutes for the presentation, and there will be 30 minutes for Q&A sessions. Okay, everyone, let's welcome Dr. Aisling Oboil.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Dina. I really appreciate that introduction. I think I've started sharing my screen. Could you let me know if you can see it?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Oh, it's okay. That's great. Okay, super. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, all right, can you see that okay? Perfect, okay, great, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Please forgive my very bad Bahasa Indonesian. I'm working on it and hopefully get better over time. But thank you very, very much for this invitation to share some of my experience and practices with you. And I hopefully in our Q&A session, we'll be able to share some more practices and experiences too on publishing and how to write research articles. Thank you very much, Dr. Dina, for the introduction. As Dr. Dina said, I am the director of the Centre for Language Education Research at Queen's University Belfast. I suppose most notably in relation to this presentation and this session, I'll just give you a bit of background about me as an author and me as a reviewer for research articles, just to help me put that into context and recognize the position that I'm speaking from. So as an author, I have single author publications in the journals listed there. So International Journal of Method in Educational Research, Journal of English for Academic Purposes, and London Review of Education. In relation to a reviewer of journal research articles, so there are a list of a number of journals that I have been a reviewer for over the past years, which includes UK-based journals, European-based journals, and Southeast Asia-based journals as well. So thinking about this workshop, thinking about talking to you today, I'm drawing on my experience as an author and as a reviewer, and I hope that will be useful for you. Just before we start, I like this multiple choice image. There are some things that we need to just be very, very clear about before we start. There is always, so this is number one rule, there is always more than one way to do something. So today I'm going to go through some steps and to raise some matters for your consideration. There's always more than one way to do something, and we need to bear that in mind. So this is one way, and there will be others. And there are many, many routes to successful writing and publishing. Asking any writer about the origin of their idea through to publication, the routes can be very varied. So that's something to also to bear in mind. We also live in a very vibrant multilingual world, and academics work through different languages and in different languages. Today's talk is specifically about writing and publishing in English, okay? And we need to bear that in mind as we share the next 60 minutes together as well. Also, there are loads, and I put loads here, there are loads of guides, how to write, how to publish, available online. They're available from libraries, and I'll suggest some as well. And they're also available from booksellers and also from publishers as well. Some publishers, more nowadays than a few years ago, are beginning to provide online resources on how to increase one's chances of successful publishing in academic journals. Another thing, I suppose, maybe it tails us back into rule number one. Research and writing themselves ought really to be a little bit about creativity and innovation. So please don't come away from this workshop thinking that there's only one way to do something and you must follow a template. That is really not the case. We should, as researchers, be thinking about creating new things and doing new ways and approaching things from a different direction. So please remember that as well. So this is not a prescriptive approach. This is very much about a descriptive approach, about perhaps things that work and may work for you, but please, there's always, back to rule number one, there's always another way of doing something. Okay. So that's just before we start. So in these next 60 minutes, and please do keep me to time and tell me to stop talking. So I would like us to think about some of the issues for us all to consider when we are writing our research articles. I am going to point to steps that may be useful for you in writing a research article, importantly in a particular context and thinking about in a particular language. And in this case, we're going to be talking about in English. That's really important, as hopefully one of the things that you will get from this workshop is thinking about the particulars of a context and the specifics of a journal. And that's what's really, really, really important in your approach to writing a research article. Hopefully we'll be able to share some advice and reflections on our experiences and to share, ask questions and to share suggestions and comments. I know that you've just had lunch and I hope that you don't fall asleep in this next section. I just want to ask you to ask yourself 5 really, really important questions. And I'm going to go through these. So as I talk about them, perhaps you want to take a piece of paper as you're listening and take a pen or pencil, whatever it is, and write down your answers to these questions, okay? When we think about a research article, we are thinking about communicating the results of the research to an audience. So fundamentally, what is your research? It doesn't start from a research, your research article doesn't start from zero, from scratch. It is very much coming at the end of a particular process, and that process is the research that you have conducted. So ask yourself now, if you have a research article in mind that you want to prepare for, very, very carefully and clearly, and it doesn't have to be long or many words, what is your research about? Is it about, for example, vocabulary learning? Is it about education for young children? What is your research about? So that must be very clear, and take that and write this down as a first step. How did you do your research? What kind of research is it? Was it an action research project? Was it a quantitative-based project, qualitative-based project? Was it based in classroom? Was it an experimental study? Was it a longitudinal study? So did it take place over a period of time? How did you do it? The third question in this first part, what did you find? Sometimes when we carry out research, we can get a little bit lost and we can forget about these 3 really, really important questions. What is your research about? How did you do it? And what did you find? What did you find out? There are probably lots of things that you found out. So it may be a case, thinking of preparing your research article, that you want to focus on a few of your research findings, perhaps not all of them. So this is really, really important. The first part of the first step is about what is your research, okay? And be very specific about that. The next 2, 3, 4, 5 questions are really about how you are going to communicate that research, okay? And these are the questions that you might not have thought about yet, okay? Who wants to read about your research? Is it other researchers? If it's other researchers, who are they? Are they teacher educators? Are they medical health scientists? Who do you want, or who wants to read about your research? And who do you think needs to read about it? Which might be a bit different. Okay? Do you think teachers need to read about this? Do you think policymakers need to read about this? Do you think everybody needs to read about it? Okay. These are really important questions to help push the direction and writing of your research article. Related back to what your research is, what is your message? You cannot put an entire thesis into one research article, okay? Think about it, a research thesis is thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of words, but a research article is probably maximum 10,000 words. So what is your message? And your message must be one that is clear. Okay. I know that sounds very simple, but it takes a moment to think about that. What is your message? Is your message that you want to change teachers' practices based on evidence? Is your message policymakers need to attend to a gap in teacher education, for example? What is your message? And sometimes when we're doing research, we often let go of what the core message is from our research. The fifth question really is, why is it important? Why is it important for teachers to change? Why is it important for policymakers to develop new policy? You need to think about the answers to those questions in relation to research, and that will help you to frame and to think about how you are going to communicate. So if you want to think about it as the what you're going to communicate is number one, if you like. It's about your research. And the rest of those questions are really about molding the direction of your article. How are you going to communicate your idea? And those are important. And please do, if you want to, keep your page there and think about, take a moment to think about your answers to those questions. Okay. I know that your first session most likely dealt a lot with your selection of journals, and that's really, really, really important. It is part of the steps of preparing your research article. So forgive me if this is a little bit of a repetition of your first session, but hopefully there'll be something here that will be useful for you. Finding out about potential journals. Very often there is an idea and a misconception that all research articles are the same and that I can just submit the same article to a number of different journals. That's not really how it works. And that's not a good idea for lots of reasons, and we'll come to those later on. There has to be a very good match between what your research is about, how you want to communicate your research, and the place that you are going to publish it in. Okay. So there has to be a good match between your research, what you want to say, how you want to say it, and where you want to publish it. Thinking about your journals, which journals would you like to publish in? Which do you think would be the best journal for you to publish in? Consider whether the journal is a general journal or it is perhaps more specific. So some of the examples I gave of the journals that I've published in, one of them is specifically about research methods in education. Another is specific about English for academic purposes. But there are more general education journals. For example, in the context I was talking about in my reviews, it would be, for example, the British Educational Research Journal. So there are general journals and there are more specific journals. Before you think about your journal, which one? Which journal should I publish in? Which journals do you use? Okay, which journals do you use will help you to answer which journal is the best one for you. Do they publish on your topic? So is there any point in submitting a research article for a topic for which that journal doesn't seem to be interested in? And I'm sure there are, I'm sure this happened in your first session, that you don't have to guess. You don't have to always guess what topics are that the journal may be interested in. Very often you can find out what they're interested in their first opening web page. And if you are in any doubt, journal editors do like to hear from you. They will be very welcoming of an email that says, I'm interested in publishing this topic. Is this something that your journal would be interested in? In my experience, journal editors are very happy to receive those emails because it helps them. It helps them say, yes, we are interested in that, or no, actually, that's not what our journal is about. So don't be afraid to send the email to your journal editor. Their email addresses are always available, or the ways to communicate are always available. Don't be shy about sending an email. It will save you time, and it will also save them time as well. If you have identified your journal, think about who your editors are. Are you familiar with their work, their perspectives, their particular methodologies? Have a look at the editorial board. Have you read, are you familiar with the work of the authors on the editor, or members of the editorial board? That can give you a good indication about whether or not this is the topic for you, or this topic, this journal matches the area that you're interested in. Also thinking about potential journals, and there are many, many reasons. We know there are many, many reasons why people publish and why people have to publish. And I'm sure the next session will talk a lot about that, and about the reasons and the constraints and the pressures to publish. But thinking about selecting your journal or a potential journal, what matters to you? What's most important? Is the ranking of a journal more important, for example, than the acceptance rate? Is it being an open access journal? Is that more important than, say, for example, the readership? So these are some of the matters that you need to consider. Your answers to any of these will be varied. Some people will be interested in the impact factor. Some people will be interested in schedule for review. So, when my article gets published in this journal, will it be, known across the world, or how fast does this journal process its articles? So there may be different reasons, and there may be different issues that matter to you most at one particular moment in time for a particular research article. You also want to bear in mind, and we all want to bear in mind, the particular place or geopolitical context, the location, if you like, of which the publication addresses and in which language. That is important for a number of reasons. And I want to point out in relation to this about how to write a research article that the context of publication has a very strong influence on the rhetorical choices. So how authors write their research articles. So we're all about, research articles should all be about new knowledge. It's about telling us something new. It's about originality. And research in academic discourse has shown us that the ways that we communicate new knowledge can be influenced by the cultural context of the publication and also the language associated with the publication. So Moore-Duneas suggests that, I find that to be the case between comparing writers who are writing for international journals based in the US context versus those who are writing, she's talking about a national context, she's talking about Spain, so Spanish writers writing in Spanish for a Spanish context. The way in which writers construct their arguments, the way in which they choose to write, not just in relation to the language, but how that new knowledge is communicated can be different. So that is something to bear in mind. And we also know our colleague, Dr. Udi Samanhudi's work, when Samanhudi 2020 investigated new knowledge claims in discussion sections of articles in applied linguistics, there was a difference in the rhetorical choices made and the language used in publication in an Indonesian journals versus those for more international readership. So this is important. Thinking about not just about the journal, but thinking about the geopolitical context and the language. Now, hopefully, I'll just added this here, final line here about connecting them to your answers in step one. Each one of these steps should be connected back to all of your answers that I asked you to think about in the first step. Okay. Okay, so step three, I hope you know that these are sort of these are not prescriptive steps. These are just some steps. You don't have to do them in this order, and you don't have to do all of these steps, but it's just to, for the purposes of this workshop, I've structured them in this way. So step 3, plan the construction and characteristics of your article. I have deliberately chosen the word construction and characteristics, okay, because I want you to make it personal to you. You are the person who is constructing this article. And I mean constructing, you are putting it together. We can all look at books and publications that will tell us about the structure of an article. And I do so in a minute. But please remember, you are the agent here. You are the person who is doing the structuring, okay? So you are the constructor. You are putting this together. This is you are building this article. And we often think about the structure of an article as if it's something there that we have to do. No, we build that. So we can shape that. We can shape the construction of our article. And importantly, and it's something I think writers forget about, we are in control of the characteristics of our article. As a reviewer, you can read articles and they may follow exactly the same structure, but you read them and they are a little bit different from one another. And how are they different from one another? Well, because you can describe an article in adjectives, if you like. This is good, this is well written. Yes, that's fine. But this is really interesting. This is new, this is novel. Those are characteristics. There's not one section that I could point to in the article. It's about the characteristics. That's about engaging your reader, okay? And that's what I want you to think about in those. Step 1, the first point was about what's your article about, and the other 2, 3, 4, 5 are really about you engaging with your readers, okay? And that means thinking about what kind of article do you want to write. I don't mean what type of article, so a research article or a position paper or a review. I mean, what do you want the reader to feel after having read this? So thinking about it a little bit different, perhaps, to the way that we may have done before. What characteristics do you want your research article to have? Thinking about it, we want it to be worth reading. We really, really want it to be worth reading. We want people to have read our articles and said, oh, I feel like I have some new knowledge now. I feel enlightened. I feel, yes, that was good to read. That was a good use of my time. We want our articles to be understandable, okay? Now, that's not just about choosing the right spelling or choosing the right grammar. It's about communicating a message clearly. We want to tell people also something that they don't know already. That's the point of a research article. The research article is to tell something new, to tell something original. It has to be accessible. So there's very often a myth we often have to fight with in relation to academic discourse, that it's heavy and impenetrable and it's difficult to read. It actually shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. There is a way to communicate complex ideas in a way that is accessible. And that is very often about how articles are organized. It's about how they're written, and it's about how they engage with the readers. You may also want to be interested in the characteristics of a research article as being citable. So you want to get your scores up in your citation index. You want to say, yes, my article has been cited 100,000 times. Well, think about how are you going to achieve that? Citable articles are usually those which are the most useful to other researchers. So think about the characteristics. And again, on your piece of paper, where you've got your answers to your 5 questions, you might want to think about, for this article, what do you want your characteristics to be? So for that article that you're thinking about, or you're planning, or it's in preparation, what is it that you want it to be? What characteristics do you want it to have? How do we materialize these characteristics? How do we make them happen? Well, we need to build those characteristics into your construction plan. So sometimes writers don't think about this side of it. They don't think about they don't think about the reader engagement with their article, and they don't think about its characteristics. Now that you've thought about them, build them into your plan. Okay, and again, I've said it, build them into your construction plans. You are building this article. So, you know, in the way that one would build a house or one would build a fence or anything, choose your materials, choose the way that you construct your materials to how you want it to look, how you want it to be read. So build those into your planning. Schedule, and I think this is really important, the characteristics are often about reader engagement and they're often about coherence. To achieve what you want, my advice, suggestion would be to schedule different types of peer reading, different types of feedback, and different types of revisions. Peer reading is so very useful, okay? And if we do it for one another, then it's not a burden. Peer reading, you can produce your draft and you give it to one of your colleagues to read. Now, don't just say, here, can you read this article? Because there is no guidance, there is no reason for them to do it. You may want to say, please, could you read this article? I want this article to be accessible. I want this article to be citable. I want this article to be well worth reading. Give them direction. So when you're asking someone to peer read, tell them what you want them to do. So that as a reviewer, you're thinking, that's really good. I read this now and I can go back and say, do you know what? That was a bit difficult to read. Actually, I didn't really understand what your main point was. Or it can be, oh, I was completely lost. The methodology, I didn't know what was happening there. So schedule in your construction plan, schedule different types of peer reading. So one might be, so for one colleague, you might give them the article to read and want them to focus on some of the characteristics that you want the article to have. Others, you might want to be very specific. So give the article to another reader and say, could you read that and comment on my methodology? Do you think my methodology is clear? Do you think that is rigorous? Have I used the right t-test? Have I analyzed this clearly? Okay, so that's another type of feedback. The next type of feedback might be, could you read this? Do you think my references cover what's most important? So you plan and you schedule and you build in different types of peer feedback. Now, I'll mention this again in another point, but when we get feedback, we have to be brave, okay? We have to be prepared to get the not nice with the nice, okay? We also have to be prepared sometimes to get feedback in a manner that is sometimes constructive, but sometimes not constructive. We need to be prepared for that. And the more direction that you can have for your peer reviewers, the easily you'll be able to cope with the feedback and also be able to engage with the revisions. People will have spent time, if you've asked someone to read your work, they have spent time reading it. So you spend time working on those revisions. That is what's really, really important. Very often, people will submit to a colleague their paper, their manuscript for peer feedback, spend a lot of time reading the revision, thinking about the revision, but they won't actually make the changes that the reviewer has suggested. So spend as much time on your revisions as you can. You know, don't waste the advice that you've been given. Another way of achieving characteristics that you want is to follow certainly the formats and expectations of the journal that you have identified as the place that you want to publish. You can tell a lot from the opening description of the journal. And they very often have links to formats, and more increasingly, there will be full descriptions of expectations. Look at those and again, incorporate those into your plan. Some will have style guides to say, you know, your article must be structured like this, you must use particular headings. More recently, I've seen journals which will be very specific. They will say things like, don't repeat the literature we already know. don't give it much word count. We want to know what's new. Or they will say, in relation to methodology, we would expect a certain number of questionnaires, for example, or we would expect a certain approach being used for the research to be published in our journal. So you can get a lot of information, use that information to structure and to construct your plan. And just to say a little bit more about the construction. So I've decided to focus on a typical type of research article, one that's incredibly common and one that you are most likely very familiar with. And it is what we might talk about as a research article. So it's a report of research. So more often than not, it will take the format of an introduction section, methodology section, results, and then a discussion section. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next step. But how do you do that? We all know what introduction, methodology, results, and discussion, we know what that is. But how do we achieve that? Well, when you look at some of the advice that you're given on journal websites or in some general books on how to publish, you will get phrases like these. And they may well be things that your colleagues have said, it may be things that your supervisors have said about how you write an article. Well, you just, give an overview of the current state of the field, identify the gap in the knowledge, detail what you did and what was original, and then write up your methodology and results. Right? Sounds really easy. That's great. Now, if only it were that easy. So we need to think about, well, how do we achieve that? What do we do? Okay. So focusing a little bit then on this particular structure. You're most likely familiar with this introduction, methods, results, and discussion, and that's just how it's referred to here. And you'll see it referred to that as IMRAD structure. I suppose it's a little bit of it's not the full picture, but when we are thinking about it, it's not a bad way to start with your paper. So your introduction, don't forget that before your introduction, you will also have a title. Okay, I know this sounds really simple and straightforward, but think about your title. A title can help the reviewer, can help you set the scene for the reviewer. A title can indicate to the reader, this is worth reading. Okay, so do spend some time being able to communicate in your title, which has to be quite short, it has to be quite concise, what your key message is, and try to encapsulate your key message or the topic, the specifics of the topic that you're interested in your title. Okay. You really want your title to be something that people will look at and go, oh, that's quite interesting, and go and press the button to read it. So take time about that. Very often, it's really clear as a reviewer that people have not thought about their titles. They've spent a lot of time working on their paper and they have not thought about the title. That's a waste because you've instantly lost a connection, or you have perhaps had a bit of misdirection with your initial content with your reviewer. Of course, we have abstracts, we have keywords, and increasingly journals will be using highlights. So, it has to be 4 bullet points, no more than 80 words, for example. So again, those are really key things which will help to hook in your readers, the people thinking back to step 1, who do you want to read this article? Those things will hook your readers. They will get your research to the places where you want it to be read. So this is all before we come to the introduction. I'll just hop to the end as well. Conclusions. Conclusions are so very, very important. They are really leaving the reader with the best of you, the best of your article. Okay. Spend time on your conclusion. You want to draw together everything that is important about your article and everything that is important for your reader to know about. Your references, people often kind of, again, leave those to the last. Yes, they are painful or difficult or annoying to put together, but don't leave them to the end. Very often as a reviewer, what I will do is I will look at the abstract and the title and the keywords. I will then go to the references to see, right, what research are we engaging with here? What perspective does this person take? And I look through the references. Do I see key articles in the field? Yes, I do. Do I not see key articles in the field? I'm a bit worried now. Okay, that's how important references are. They're not just about showing that you know the research, it's about clearly positioning your work in relation to previous publications. Okay. So think carefully. Don't just include as many as you can or as many that you know. Be selective. Choose carefully. If there are 3 or 4 references, you may wish to include them all if they're all in the one particular argument. But there may be ones which perhaps aren't going to be quite so weighty. They're not going to be contributing that much. So think carefully about the references. I put in here supplementary data as well. Again, increasingly, journals are asking you to submit appendices. They're submit perhaps data or matters that can be reviewed or made available. And very often some funding bodies may also say that data has to be made available or not, depending on what it is. So that's just, we have this structure, introduction, methods, research, and results and discussion, but don't forget the other bits around that. When you are producing each one of these sections, consider that each section has its own job to do. Yes, it is a whole article, and we'll come back to that in a moment, but each section has a particular job to do. When we think about the introduction, background and rationale, we come to that in a moment. We really want to establish the research aim and purpose. I would argue that your introduction is also the place where you establish the relationship with your reader. And that will decide whether they continue reading or whether they decide, actually, I'm not interested in this. I don't really like how this is written, or I think this has missed an opportunity to tell me what it is about. So the introduction is really, really crucial to that reader engagement, to the characteristics of your article. Methods, very briefly, there should be sufficient description. You know this, I'm sure. There should be sufficient description of who, when, how the study was conducted, what the study included, what it didn't include, to allow any researcher anywhere to be able to follow the methods that you've used. That's how clear your methods section needs to be for a research article. This has to be replicable. It has to be, there has to be sufficient information there that anyone can reproduce your research following your particular methods. Your results are really about, so you know the details of your proposed research questions and the answers to those. Fundamentally, what was found and how did you find it? Again, as a reviewer, the results, that's the point where, as reviewers, you're asked to look over this in considerable detail. Are the results in some way flawed? So are there errors? And this is what you want to go back to some of your earlier steps about your peer review, asking colleagues to look over your work. If you can ask a colleague, and a colleague says, look, I don't have time, you can say, do you know what, just look at the methodology section, just look at the results section. Are you convinced by my results? Do my results present as accurate? Okay, and that's a place where, as a reviewer, you're really taking a magnifying glass and going over those results. How have those results been produced? What do the statistics all add up? Is it convincing? The discussion is, each one of these sections is important, but discussion here is about... So the discussion is really about engaging your work with the work of others. Okay? So this is your opportunity to say, these results align to, or are the same as, or are different to other researchers in the field. So please remember that each section has its own job to do. there shouldn't be a great deal of overlap in these sections. Okay, and I know this will be different to longer, say for example, PhD theses, where there is a lot of, there is some repetition. For a research article, every word counts. So there's not a great deal of repetition. Each one of these sections has its own job to do. Okay, now I want to take a few minutes, if I may, to look at one of these sections in detail. And I think the introduction is a good one to look at in detail. As I've said, the general purpose of an introduction is around background rationale, establishing research aim or purpose. Actually, when we look at research conducted on academic discourse, and particularly around research article writing, the introduction is a crucial element which helps you as a writer to create a research space for your research. So this is really about an introduction as a place where you set out very, very clearly what your research is and why it's important. Now, we all say that, but I want to show you a little bit about how this is done. I've referenced here, it's a very, very recent article in the journal System, published by Elsevier. And this journal article, multiple authored, is in System, so it's related to applied linguistics with language learning and technology, but it is looking at variation amongst 5 disciplines, okay, in article introductions. All right, so very, very topical. And what they do is they take 500 research articles and they analyze the introduction section of those 500 articles. Okay, and those 500 articles are taken across 5 different disciplines: psychology, sociology, and so on and so forth. Now, I know it's after lunch, but if you will bear with me, I'm going to present. So this is what it looks like, the article looks like. But what I would like you to do is to take a minute or two, maybe 90 seconds, I'll say 90 seconds, to read the introduction, which I have placed on this next slide. So I just want you to read through it's only a paragraph, so to read through this next introduction. I know it looks horrible, I'm sorry, but if you just take 90 seconds to read through that. Okay, so some things I would like you to notice. So it's about what is this about? It's about academic writing. Looking here, this is the introduction. If you have a look at the references, for example, most of these references are what we talk about as indirect references. So there's no according to, they're all indirect. They are straight away in this introduction. They are signaling, if you like, the most important research, and they are summarizing the most important research without going into too much detail. And you'll see that this is, there are lots of references here. They are really signaling and pointing out, this is the space that I want my work to fit into. This is the space where I sit, where this article will make a contribution. Okay. So that's one thing to kind of look at this. Academic research and academic discourse and research article writing has identified this creating a research space, based on the work of John Swales in the University of Michigan. this creating a research space has been a really good way of being able to identify the smaller structures, if you like, within the sections of introductions. And sometimes this has been referred to as situation, problem, solution, that some of you may be familiar with. So in order to create a research space, you need to establish a territory. You need to state what the situation is, okay? Claim importance of the topic. So tell the reader, why is this important? You can make generalizations, or you comment on the current state of the field, and you review previous research. So that's the very first thing you do to create your research space. You create the space for why your research is important. What you then do is, what research does is research addresses problems. That's the purpose. It makes us think about things in new ways. That should be the purpose of research. So you need to communicate that. What is the problem that you are researching? What is the gap, if you like, or what is the new thing that no one has ever looked at before? And that's not enough. What you then need to do is you need to step into that space and say, this is how I am going to solve that for you. So you need to establish your territory, establish the niche, the problem, the particular thing that you're looking at. And then you need to step into that and say, here's the problem. I'm going to offer up a solution to this. And we can see this really clearly in the section that you've just read. So this is exactly the same section that you've read. I've just highlighted it differently, to show how the writers have established their territory, how they have established the problem, and how they have occupied this solution, if you like. Now, going back a little, sorry. You can see what I said here about establishing the territory. So this is very key references. It actually indicates in line with the heavy research focus on, so it's very explicit, okay? Many studies have examined. So these are the kinds of key phrases, if you like. This is about applied linguistics, but these key phrases will apply to other disciplines. Specific in this paper, it's talking about academic genres and the characteristics of such genres. And so clearly, I'm reading this as a reviewer going, this has instantly indicated to me the territory, the space, and the situation. And there we have, however. We know, however, is one of our contrast signals. So it's saying, here's the situation. However, despite the growing trend in connecting linguistic features, specific academic writing, the linguistic means to realize goals in specific academic writing genres is still scant. Okay, so look at this. This is one sentence. Okay. However, despite the growing blah, 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 references, research is still scant. Okay. So that is how writers establish the problem and communicate it. Okay. They link to previous research, but they do it in a very controlled way. Occupying the niche, and so the solution for these authors. So they've said, here's the situation, here's the problem. The current study, so here we have it, the current study aims to help fill this research gap. Okay, by what? By doing what? By examining disciplinary variation, by conducting research, by whatever it is. So we can see there are very clear patterns, both in the structure of a text, but also within the sections of each particular section. Now, when you approach writing your, putting your construction plan, starting to activate your construction plan, it can be very, very useful to look at a recent article that's been published in the journal that you are interested in, and having a look at how the writers have constructed their arguments and their writing, and begin to look at some of the ways that they have written their introductions. And that can help you to give you some ideas about how to do that, but it also can make you very familiar and make much more explicit the particular features of the individual sections. And so one of the steps that's really, really important is the re-step, okay? So this is the revise, reread, respond, rewrite, okay? That is so important because presented with a structure like this, it looks as if it goes step 1, then step 2, then step 3, then step 4, and I finished, hooray! It doesn't work like that. It never, ever works like that, okay? So your writing and any writing will not necessarily go step by step. Writing is a process, okay? It involves you to think, it involves you to write, it involves you to delete, it involves you to edit. It is a process, and the references I include here, I will include them at the end. There's a really interesting paper by Casello who talks about the dilemmas and the conflicts and the difficulties that writers engage with during the process of constructing a text. And so sometimes people forget that actually texts and research articles, they are processes, they are things that we have to do and work at. We often think of them as just this 8,000 word block of words as end products, but we have to move through texts as artifacts in activity. So things that we do stuff with, things that just does stuff to us, makes us think, but also then as end products. So we're very often focused on an end product, but to get to an end product, we have to go through the process of constructing sections, rewriting sections, having difficulties, having problems. And that's normal. I think that's the important thing. If any writing, a writing process is one which will not necessarily be easy or straightforward. These are things that we have to learn. No human being is born writing. Okay? This is a learned activity. So don't be hard on yourself if you think this is difficult. Of course it's difficult. You have to learn it. Anything that's worth learning is difficult, you know. So, but don't be hard on yourself because it is a process. You should expect difficulties. And the important thing is being able to plan how you're going to work through those difficulties. Okay. So there are mentioned some resources from different publishers. And this is, you know, I'm not sponsored by any of these publishing platforms or anything like that, but I wanted to show you some of the variation that exists. So knowing which journals that you use the most, knowing which journal that you want to get published in, go to their publishing platform. So is it Elsevier, for example, or is it Sage, or is it any others? I've just pulled those out as 2 examples. Increasingly, there are things called author gateways, as in Sage publishing here, or recent Researcher Academy. Now, these are available resources online. You don't have to pay for them. You can register, it's free to register, and you can get access to lots of information which can help support you through your writing, specifically for the journals in your particular field that you'll be interested in. Okay. Now, there are a lot, so please bear in mind some of them will be excellent and some of them will maybe be not so excellent. So just bear that in mind, and it's useful to look at more than one, just to help you to get to become familiar with that. And as I say, they are online, so they're as long as you have access, internet access and technology, you can access them. They are really useful, but they may not answer all of your questions. That's the one, I suppose, caveat. For those of you who perhaps have access to some library resources, libraries increasingly have become more stocked with guides, how to write and how to publish a scientific paper. These are just some that I've taken from Cambridge University Press. I'm not sponsored by any, and I'm not specifically recommending any. These just to give you an example of the range of cost, and also that there are lots of them. Okay, there are lots and lots and lots of them, and they sometimes can be discipline specific. It might be a scientist, so lab coat and laboratory, versus, excuse me, something which might be more sort of socially science driven. So do access different resources from publishers. Don't be frightened to look for these things. They exist, and there's quite a lot of free information that's there. So please, and relevant, free and relevant. So don't feel that you have to go to these kind of commercial areas. But certainly, obviously, if they're in your library and you have access to those, please use them, because they can be, sometimes people will use them as a bit of a guide, and they stick them under their arm, and they carry them with them everywhere because they want to go back over them. Step 3, take a step back. Okay, you have written your paper, your manuscript. Take a step back. You've done all of those things. You've constructed it. You have given it to people to read. You have gone through everything. You're thoroughly, you're sure of everything. Just stop. Take a step back and shift your perspective from that as a writer to that of a reviewer. Now, that does mean a little bit of distance. Okay, so this is not you proofreading. This is not you going back over to check things. Take a bit of distance, and I'm kind of deliberately physically doing this, to take a step back. Put yourself in the position of the reviewer. And that's why very many people, I'm sure you will have this suggestion from very many people, that it's a really useful thing to offer to be a reviewer. And that can be with a journal, or it can be with colleagues. Offer to peer review with colleagues. You can learn a lot about research article writing from reviewing other people's work. Okay, and that's why it's part of the construction of an academic community, is that it's really important to do, because you actually learn from it. Because you get to say, wow, they write like that. Wow, they did that. Wow. And you can think, wow, my writing's not so bad. Or you can think, oh, they're really good. I like what they do. I'm going to ask them how they do that. That's, so take a step back. Put yourself in the mind of the reviewer. When you read through lots and lots and lots of publisher websites and lots of social media, you'll get loads of comments from reviewers. Reviewers are either positioned as these really, really horrible people who will not publish your research, who are really horrid about work. Or on the other hand, you'll hear reviewers complaining like, oh, I have so much work to do, and people don't write properly. Well, I think those are extremes, and people find themselves in the position of reviewer as lots of things. Some of the key matters for reviewers, which are often in the guidelines themselves, can be about, I can't read it. So a reviewer has gone, I can't get through the introduction. I don't know what this is about. So again, that shows you the importance of peer reviewers. Okay. Another point you'll hear reviewers talk about and read about it in the reviews. What's the point? What am I supposed to learn from this? And this is very much about, this is old, or this isn't giving me anything new. Okay. As an editor, you might get the response, why is this important to our readers? Think back to step 1. Part of what you should have been planning for in the construction of your article was, who's going to read this? Why is it important? The editors and reviewers are asking you exactly the same question. Now, you need to make that explicit. Okay? And that's why your introduction section is really key. You need to tell your readers why it's important. You need to create that research space very, very early on. You may need to, it's not enough to think, oh, they'll get it, they'll understand why it's important. No, tell everyone what is important about it. Think of yourself as a reviewer. As I said, methodological matters are absolutely key. That's what we're taking the magnifying glass over. Is this correct? Is this publishable? One of the another area that you want to think about as well, just to make sure, is around sometimes the more possibly sensitive or illegal or regulatory nature of publishing. Authorship. Be very careful about authorship. Has everyone who has contributed to the writing of the paper been included in the authorship? Are there people in that list of authors who have not seen the article? Have they not contributed one word or an idea? Authorship can come in different forms. It can be about the contribution of ideas, of connections. So that's what we want to think about. Also, exclusive submission. So I'm sure this is something you probably are well aware of. And finally, plagiarism. Dina,
okay, yeah. Sorry for interrupting, Aisling. You only have 5 minutes left for the presentation.
Sure, no problem. Okay, no problem. In the last 5 minutes then, and hopefully this is something we can share. And the presentation will be available, so if people want to read through it in a bit more time, that's absolutely fine. Personal or experiences and advice. Okay, I've taken 3 different articles, if you like. The do's and don'ts of writing a journal article, how to write a good article, and personal advice concerning how to write precise, concise, and eloquent research articles. These are 3 very different views, and I think it is worth reading each one of these. And they are available. They're available online. Don't need any subscriptions or anything like that. I've chosen this specifically. What's interesting, this one is it says some personal advice. It's actually not personal at all. It's very much about a kind of a prescriptive writ, but the issues raised are useful to read about. The do's and don'ts of writing a journal article. This is a very useful article to read when you're thinking about checking through your methodology. Okay, it's specific here saying, right, if you're presenting quantitative research, here are some things, do's and don'ts. If you're presenting qualitative research, here are some do's and don'ts. Okay. This article by Martin talks very carefully about there is no such thing as a good paper. Okay. And that's, I hope, echoing what I mentioned at the beginning. There's no such thing as a good paper because it's not defined by its content. It's defined by those questions 2, 3, 4, and 5 in step 1. Why is this important? Who's going to read this? Have you put it into the right journal? It's not necessarily always the what of the research, but it's the how you have communicated it and who you are communicating it to. So I came up then with sort of 4 pieces of personal advice based on those reflections on my own. Be brave. Okay. It's very high stakes. Research article writing in contemporary academia is incredibly high stakes. It's how we keep our jobs. It's how we ensure that our universities survive. So there is a lot of pressure, and I'm sure that will be discussed in the next session. So one must be brave. Okay. Remember, you have done the research and you do have something original to say. So you do need to get communicating about that. So take a big deep breath and be brave about that. You do need to be prepared. There is no doubt that preparation and time and work will be required to do the things that we've just talked about in each of those steps. So be prepared to do the work. Be prepared to do the groundwork on your publication types, in addition to the work on the actual writing itself. Be open to constructive criticism. It is essential to share drafts with a trusted colleague, to consider their advice, and to work on revisions carefully. Okay, revisions are only, suggestions or recommendations are only useful if you act on them. So act on your suggestions and on the recommendations that you get from colleagues. Persevere. Okay, feedback, revisions, and corrections, they all take time and they don't happen overnight. We need to be very clear that papers are rejected, and more papers are rejected than accepted. Now that's fact. Okay. So if your paper is rejected, you need to remember it is the manuscript that is being rejected. It's the text that is being rejected. It is not you, it is not your research, it is not your idea, it's the manuscript itself. And the best reviews, sometimes the best reviews that you can read, indicate about making the manuscript better, indicate how to do that. they may well start with, this is a brilliant idea, this is really good, however, it's not suitable for our publication outlet, or however, it's not suitable in its current form, it needs to be amended in certain ways. So you have to persevere. You will always see that no article, very, very rarely do articles get published straight away from their form that they were submitted in. This is clearly indicated on the opening page of the journal article itself, that you will see submitted and give a date, revisions accepted, whatever. That's time, and those are revisions. So bear that in mind. And also changes to the manuscript may or may, and the publication outlet may produce a different outcome. Okay, so I suppose the next step is, are you ready? Are you ready to go ahead with proceeding and constructing your plan? So thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Dia and colleagues for this opportunity, and look forward to any questions, and I hope this has been useful.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Aisling-Oboil. Very interesting and fruitful presentations. So far, we have 2 questions here in the chat box, and for the participants, yang lain jika ingin bertanya langsung bisa open mic ya, atau menuliskan di chat box. The first question is comes from Dian Rahmawati. So it's not Dina, but Dian Rahmawati. She's from biology educations, and and her background is soil ecology. The first questions from Ibu Dian is, in writing result atau research result, she often found she sometimes want to write the result in detail, but on the other side, she also wants to have her ideas from the result to get published in another research articles. Okay, so then how to determine the limitations to present the result of the research? That's the first questions. Okay, is it clear, Aisling?
Yes, no, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay.
No, I mean, and that is a really that is really important, and I'm straight away, I know nothing about soil ecology, obviously that's not my area, but the point that you raise is a really common issue, is that sometimes reviewers, when they are looking at papers, will talk about there's too many things and not enough detail in the one paper. And so very often you hear reviewers suggesting, or even supervisors suggesting, if you have one article, have one idea in it and make that idea convincing. So it's up to, I decide where you want to stop with what your message is and what you want to keep for the next paper. Some of that you want to be careful about, because, and to make a clear line between where one new idea, where one idea is taken and, if you like, put into two papers. They have to be different. So the message has to be different. So one might have a methodological focus and the other may have a theoretical focus, but they have to be distinct. I think that's what's really important. Otherwise you get into areas of kind of self-plagiarism, or where, for example, a reviewer might read it and went, well, I've read this before. It might be a blind review. He said, I've read this content before, and so it's not new, and it gets rejected on that basis. So I think the really important thing is to make a very clear distinction about what the message in one paper is compared to the message in another paper. You will be the person in that area who's best placed to be able to separate what the message is. Is it a methodological focus? Is it a particular hypothesis focus? Or is it a particular theoretical position? But I think going back to step one, what is the message? And very often you hear people talk about one message per paper. I mean, that's probably not a bad rule of thumb to talk about. How you do that, how you divide that, I think that has to come from you as the researcher. You know best. But I think being able to articulate what's the difference between this message and this message is really, really important. Does that answer the question?
Okay, I guess your explanation just answered the questions ya, Budian. Sudah jelas ya, jadi harus ada perbedaan ya, baik secara teoritis ataupun secara metodologis ya, sehingga tidak ada di gray area. Okay, the second questions, participants, if there is no questions from the participants, then I'll go to the second questions from Ibu Dian. Okay, you can raise your hand or unmute your mic. If there's no, then okay, go to Ibu Dian's second questions. In writing introductions, she often found inconsistent research result or conflicting concept. Yeah, after reading references, and then how to narrow down the concept, then so that the concept can be supports the research or the point that the problems of the research that we want to investigate. Is it clear, Aisling? Okay.
Yes. So I suppose the example that that I showed with the creating a research space, I think that it looks easy, but it takes a lot of and it's one paragraph and 3 or 4 main sentences, and it looks easy. It looks as if someone just typed that. I can absolutely foresee that was probably the longest. It took the longest time to write because every word has been very carefully selected. The format of the sentences and everything about it shows that it's been reviewed and revised so many times. Excuse me. That is where, going back to your first step on your message your message might not be the best message if it's a general one. Or if it's a general one, then how is it different to what has gone before? I think that's what's really important. How do you narrow down the topic? Well, you've got to be very clear on what your message is to start with. What is the specific offering that your paper can make? That is one way of being able to narrow it down. Thinking about what is the specific offering that your paper contributes to knowledge in this area. Excuse me, sorry. And being able to work back from that. Excuse me.
Okay, you can take some time to drink, Aisling.
Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so I think, I mean, you know your area and you know your area in depth. So when you have to push your idea into that space, you have to know the area that you're pushing it into. So therefore, you will likely know what the gaps are, or how you want things to change in your discipline, or how you want research to move forward. So that those kinds of things will help you to narrow it down. But I hope by answering the specific question, it's about identifying clearly what it is that you want what does your research show? What is the one thing that your research can contribute to? And if you build your work around that, then that can help find that gap, if you like.
Yeah, actually, I read your article. So does it have something to do with the what is it? Pauli, can you help me? I don't know what happened with my tongue.
I don't know, and I have no voice either.
Is that the positionality issue?
Yeah, that's what I mean. The
All
personality
right, okay.
of the researcher. So we just have to take our stance.
Yes. Yes, I think, I mean, obviously for different papers and different types of research, that will be very different. But I think increasingly, that's really important. So what is our own position as researchers? Now, we can be very explicit about that in how we have conducted the research and the impact that us as researchers have on the construction of the research. But I think also from a literature and theoretical point of view, that's really important because that's what people want to see when they're reading an article. They want to see what position does this person come from. Are they, for example, are they a Chomskyan if they're talking about language? Are they, do they have a particular theoretical particular hypothesis that they are driving through? And making that positionality clear is really, really important, regardless of what the subject is. And I think that can help with your writing. It helps to make that connection with your readers, and you showing them why it's important. It's important because.
Okay, thank you very much, Aisling, for the answer. Unfortunately, the time is up, so the discussion or the Q&A sessions cannot run for 30 minutes, so it's only lasts for 15 to 20 minutes. So thank you very much, Aisling, for the presentations. If I may conclude from the presentation, so as a author or writer, so we have to be a very strategic writer or author who knows exactly what to do with our research and know how to get our article published. And getting your article published is not easy. It's very challenging. Just enjoy the process. Okay, I guess that's all. Yeah, we can conclude from the presentations. Thank you very much, Aisling Oboil. Give applause to Aisling by giving reactions.
No, thank you very much.
Unmute the mic. Okay, thank you very much, Aisling. Okay, I give it back the sessions to Ibu Nani. Ibu Nani or Ibu Iing. Ibu Iing ya.
Terima kasih Ibu Dina, terima kasih Ibu Aisling. Thank you. Baik, Bapak Ibu, karena narasumber kedua juga sudah hadir pada sesi ini, maka kita akan lanjut ke sesi ketiga, ya. Ini ke sesi ketiga ini akan dipandu oleh Bapak Dr. Udi Samanhudi, ya. Beliau adalah dosen bahasa Inggris yang mendapat tugas tambahan sebagai Kepala UPT Kerjasama Internasional, ya Pak?
Iya, betul.
Ya, baik. Mangga, saya rasa Bapak Ibu sudah kenal dengan Pak Udi. Mungkin langsung saja saya serahkan untuk sesi ketiga ini dengan Pak Dr. Udi Samanhudi. Silakan Pak.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih Bu Iik. Right, we have here Dr. Suparkon already. Dr. Suparkon is here already with us, right? Welcome.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Right. Hello from Bangkok, Thailand.
Hello from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Is it the same time as here?
Yeah, the same
yes,
time.
No time
I think
gap.
we are in the same time zone. I was worried a bit. I think we live in the same time zone, right? Jakarta
and Bangkok. You're right.
Bangkok, right? Are you all from Jakarta or
close to Jakarta?
Right. I've been to Jakarta.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh right. I went to Jakarta once, and last 3 years I went to Yogyakarta and Bali. Right. Yeah. I think we are in the same time zone. Right.
Right. Okay. I think it's a good idea to start our last session. All right. So adding to previous sessions, Bapak Ibu, about strategies to select appropriate journals and then steps by steps of writing research articles. These third sessions will be focused on discussing another element in the journey of writing research article, which be specifically focused on the attitude. Building positive attitude during the journey of research article writing, I believe very important, and we will discuss this further with Dr. Suparkon Pokharwensil. Excuse me if I make mistake in saying your name. Right, before starting this sessions, allow me to read a short and brief of his bio. He is currently Associate Professor of English at Language Institute of Thammasat University, Bangkok in Thailand. And he is also the Editor-in-Chief of LEARN Journal, the Language Education and Acquisition Research Network, Index in Scopus and Linguistics, and English Collocations and Formulaic Language. And Dr. Suparkon completed his bachelor and then master's and PhD at the same university, that is Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. And to me, after reading his profile, he's really a productive writer, not only research articles, but also books. more than 50 research articles has been written and published in high-ranking international journals, which I think this is, like great achievement. And then there is also books in the area of TESOL or teaching English to speakers of other languages that he also wrote. Okay, so I think without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, please welcome Dr. Suparkon with an issue on building positive attitudes amidst the pressure of publishing in academia.
Thank you very much, Udi. Right. Thank you very much. First of all, I have to thank Dr. Dina for your kind invitation. Right. She asked me through Facebook, right, whether or not I would be able to give a talk today. And fortunately, right, today in Thailand, it's a national holiday, so I don't have to teach. I don't have any class. So, I'm so lucky, right? I don't have to reschedule, right? So, okay, good afternoon, everyone, again, right? I'm very happy and pleased today. I feel very honored to be here and to share with you some ideas about how to get published, right? I am quite sure that this morning you have learned something from the speaker about how to choose the right journal to get your articles published, right? And then, another speaker who have just finished, Dr. Boyle, right? She talked about how to write an article, right? She gave you a lot of useful tips, right? To write an article. Okay, so here, let's start with my session, right? I'm gonna share the screen. Can you see the screen, right? Okay. Building positive attitudes amidst the pressure of publishing in academia, right? We all are scholars and academics, right? And we are expected to write articles and publish, right? That's why, publishing right now is like something that, international scholars are looking forward to, right? So, this is the outline of my talk, right? I'll try to get it done in 1 hour, and then I leave 10 to 15 minutes. So, so that you can ask me questions, right? I always enjoy answering questions, or maybe you can share with me some useful experience of getting your papers published, right? So I'm gonna cover all of these topics in my talk today, right? First of all, Professor Dr. I.C. Lee from Hong Kong, she's from Chinese University of Hong Kong in 2014, outlined 3 main reasons for publishing. So, for us as researchers, as university lecturers and academics, right, we have to publish because we want to share research results, right? You do research and you get some result and you think they are interesting. You want to disseminate the findings with your friends or colleagues, right, in the world, right? That's why you need to have a platform for you to share the ideas, the new knowledge based on your research study, right? That's why you have to publish, right? And to benefit education. Number 2, I think this one is more practical and it's related to our teaching position, right? Teaching occupation. We need to publish because we want to maintain job security, right? There are many universities, in Thailand and in different countries around the world that would allow, teachers or university lecturers to have tenure or permanent contract on condition that they become associate professor, something like that. So, in Thailand, Thammasat University, where I'm working, and Chulalongkorn University, where I graduated, right? They are leading universities and, they would give us permanent contract. So it means we can work until we are 60, if and only if we earned the title of associate professor, right? And when you do research, you can become promoted, right? You can get promoted, right? So this is very important in our field. And also research funding. There are many research grants to be given to us if we have some backgrounds in research. So it means if you publish a lot and your CV shows that you are a frequent frequent publisher, you publish a lot of papers, right? So it's very likely that you are going to be given the research grant, right? There are some universities in Japan, for example, that would allow you to have research grant if you are associate professor or full professor. So that's why it's very important. And according to ICLE, many people do research and get published just because, you know, to serve their own needs, right? They are always satisfied when they do something difficult and challenging, and when they can get them done or finished, right? They feel very happy. Some of them are very happy to see their names in the published articles, right? So this is about personal satisfaction, right? So today, when we talk about international publication, you know, usually I think in Indonesia, you can also write articles in Bahasa Indonesia, right? To be published in national journals, right? But what seems to have more or higher impact is you are supposed to publish your articles written in English. That's why you are here with us today, right? And you know, there are many databases that are accepted and that are viewed as very good, very famous ones, right? One of which includes Scopus, right? So, you know, Scopus is widely known everywhere in the world. Why? Because Scopus, based on Elsevier, right? I took their words directly from the website. Scopus indexes content from around 24,600 active titles and 5,000 publishers, right? So it means there are more than 24,000 something journals that are indexed in Scopus, and they claim that they review. I mean, all the journals before they get accepted to Scopus, they must pass the rigorous procedure, right? They screen these journals very well, and Scopus also makes another claim that they index almost all kinds of journals across all research fields. So, you know, no matter which fields you are, there must be the journals that are of good quality that you can get your papers published, right? Okay, this is something that I like you to know, right? If you want to get your papers published, right, it might be challenging. But if you want to get the whole journal, let's say you are working as a chief editor like me, if you want to make the journal get indexed in Scopus, that would be much more difficult, right? Because, you know, Scopus, if you want to make sure that your journal is good enough, right, it must have peer review content. So it means once you, the authors submit articles, right, we call manuscripts, right, the manuscripts would be reviewed by at least 2 readers who are expert in the field, and they are going to judge whether or not this paper can be published, what are the revisions that the authors need to make, right? And the journal must publish on time, right, on a regular basis. And the content must be readable for international audience. So this implies that the paper must be written in English, or the journal must publish English articles, right? That's why, you know, they use the term internationally readable for all audience, right? Okay, that's why, you know, we come to the conclusion that Scopus index journals are very acceptable, right, in all fields, right? And to give you more information about Scopus, right, in Scopus, there are 4 quartiles, right? There are 4 quartiles, and, you know, you can select the fields of study that you belong to. For example, if you are language study people, or if you are from applied linguistics, you can go to Scopus website, or you can even log in to SJR or SCImago journal ranking, right? This is free of charge, right? And you can select the journal in your fields, right? No matter which fields you are, education, for example, bio, chemistry, for example, right? So you can choose the fields of your study that you are interested in, and you can see the rank. Usually they are going to rank according to the citation. The journals that are ranked in the first quartile mean they are very good. They are of excellent quality, right? Okay. Scopus ranks all the journals using the citation rate called cite score, right? And it is claimed that if the author is cited, right, a lot and a lot, it means the article is interesting, the article is important, has an impact in that particular field, right? So it is inferred that the authors are expert in that field, right? So there are 4 quartiles, as I mentioned earlier, right? The first quartile or Q1, this is the best, right? So if you can get your papers published in Q1 journal in your discipline, so it means, you know, this is the highest prestige that you can obtain, right? And, you know, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Usually Q1 and Q2 go together because they represent the most reputable journals, right? Whereas Q3 and Q4 are, you know, second to the first 2 Qs in importance. But usually, you know, if you are novice researchers and if you want to get your papers published in Scopus, right, maybe you can be a bit less ambitious and you can try Q3 or Q4 first, right? There are many colleagues of mine whose English is very good and, you know, they are very good at doing research, but they lack some experience of getting their papers published. And they talk to me, right? I recommend that they try Q4 journal in Scopus first, right? And it turned out to be not too difficult for them. It's not too far-fetched, right? Once they got published in Q3 next year, they move up the ladder to Q3, Q2, and Q4, something like that, right? I want to give you moral support, right? To get your articles published in Scopus is not at all impossible, right? Actually, it's possible, right? And, you know, you can aim high, right? Like aim at publishing your papers in Scopus, right? But, you know, if you are a novice or new researchers, maybe you can try Q3 or Q4 first, right? Another database that is very important is Web of Science, right? I think, you know, Web of Science came before Scopus, right? And there are 4 databases, right? In this in Web of Science, right? In the past, Web of Science was known as Thomson Reuters ISI, and then the name was changed, right? So here, please note that the first 3 sub-databases are the best, right? If you are working in science, you are supposed to publish in Science Citation Index Expanded or SCIE. If you are from business, from economics, from social study, right, you should publish your papers in SSCI, standing for Social Science Citation Index. If you are language researchers, applied linguists, right, you are supposed to get your papers published in AHCI or Arts and Humanities Citation Index, right? That is the other one. This is new kid to the block, right? ESCI, Emerging Sciences Citation Index. This is an interim database indexed by Web of Science. So it means some journals that submit some journals that show their needs to get included in Web of Science, right? But their quality is not good enough, but not too bad. That's why Web of Science just get them into this index, right? The last one. And, you know, I mean, so they have time to improve the quality of their journal. And if they meet the requirement, right, of Web of Science, they would be reassigned to one of the first 3 databases, right? Okay. Now, I would like to talk about publication opportunities. Okay. Sorry. Publication opportunities in Scopus journals, right? So here, I believe that as I learned from Dr. Nani, right, that most of you are from education, some are from language education, some are from higher education or educational technology, right? So, okay, you have different needs, right? And there are different journals that you can try, right? Today, I'm not going to talk about all of this because I'm quite sure that in the morning, Dr. Saito mentioned some exemplary journals, right, that you can choose, okay? If you are in the fields of ELT, English language teaching, or applied linguistics, right? you can try quartile 1. I'm sure that if you are from the same field as mine, right, you should know Applied Linguistics or TESOL Quarterly or System. These are, you know, very, very good journals, right, in our field, right? How do you know that they are good? Number one, they are well-established journals, very old journals, right? And they are published by very good publishers. Some are by universities. And then, you know, when we do research, we cite articles, a lot of articles from these journals, right? If you are in the fields of English as a lingua franca or global Englishes, you must have known Asian Englishes, right? And then in Singapore, we have a very good language teaching journal called RELC, right? That's the name of Teacher Training Center in Singapore, another well-established institute, right? In Malaysia, there is a good journal called 3L, Language, Linguistic, and Literature. So you can see the scope, right? They publish papers in not only language and linguistic, but also in literature, right? And then, you know, in Korea, South Korea, they have a very good journal called Journal of Asia TEFL, right? And then, you know, if you think Q1 is a bit too far-fetched, right, or too difficult, right, maybe you can try Q2 journals, right? You know, good news, right? There are at least, to the best of my knowledge, in our field, Applied Linguistics, right? We have Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics and TEFLIN, right? Both of them are now indexed in Scopus Quartile 2, right? Both are very good journals, right? Right. TEFLIN is dedicated to English language teaching, while Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics are dedicated more to applied linguistics in general, right? I think TEFLIN, the editor is Professor Utami from Malang, University of Malang. She's the dean and also the editor. And, you know, she was very successful in getting this journal. You know, TEFLIN is like, you know, this is one of the oldest organization of language teaching, right, in Indonesia. And TEFLIN got into Scopus in 2019 or 18, if I'm not wrong. And then, you know, after they were assigned to quartile 4 this year, the quartile was changed to quartile 2. So it means the journal is performing very, very well, right? So, or you can try Asian EFL journal by a Filipino organization, or you can also choose Electronic Journal of Foreign Language Teaching from, this is published by one of the best universities in Singapore, right? NUS, National University of Singapore, right? Okay. If you think the first two quartiles are too hard, right? Maybe you can move down a little bit, right? You can try those in quartile 3, right? Actually, you know, there are more than 300, right? But, you know, because of time constraints, right? I cannot show them all here, right? There are journals that I would like to recommend, like Taiwan Journal of TESOL, Modern Language Review, Writing and Pedagogy, International Review of Pragmatics, right? And for the last quartile, right? There are many other journals, right, that you can try, right? International Journal of Assessment and Evaluation. If you are in this field, you can try this one, right? The turnaround time is about 6 to 7 months, right? Or IUP, Journal of English Studies. This is a journal belonging to a university, right? Word and text, translation review, if you are in the field of translation, for instance, okay. You know, in Thailand, we have many Scopus Index journal. You know, in Thailand, in the last 3 years, right, there are up to 40 journals published in English that got indexed in Scopus through something called Fast Track, right? So, you know, we have many good journals written and published in English, right? And, you know, we pass the screening process by Scopus, right? And, you know, there are some of them that you might be interested in, like if you are in the fields of social science or humanities, you can try Ksesat Journal of Social Science. This is a very old journal. are very nice. And the editorial team works professionally, right? And the review procedure would take you only 2 months, right? And now it's in quartile 2, right? But you have to wait, even though you get accepted, right? I sent my manuscript to this journal, and within 2 months, I got the review results, right? It took me like 2 or 3 weeks to revise the paper, right? And I got accepted in 2.5 months. Very good, right? But I had to wait until 8 or 9 months to see my paper published. See, so it means there are many papers in the line, right? In the pipeline, right? But the acceptance rate is not very low. It's very good. It's worth your try. Or ABAC journal. ABAC is the name of one of the most well-known private universities in Thailand. It's in Bangkok, right? And ABAC is very famous for business administration and economics marketing, right? You might be wondering why there are both Q1 and Q4. So for one particular, for one journal, right? One journal can be associated with different fields of study, right? Yeah. So that's why the quartile would be different because they have different citation rates, right? For ABAC, right? Q1, I think Q1 is based on literature, and Q4 is based on business administration. So because in the past, right, I know the editor, right, and the editor told me that in the past, ABAC journal accepted papers in language and literature, but now they don't, right? But the high impact factor is reflected because they got Q1 in literature, right? Manusaya, this is another good journal published by the oldest and the best university in Thailand, Chulalongkorn University. Okay, yeah, they publish articles in humanities. And another one has humanities, art and social sciences study. This one is, it got indexed in Scopus in 2000, maybe 2020 or 2019, right? So, they haven't been assigned quartile, right? It takes a journal after a journal get indexed in Scopus, right? It takes that journal 2 or 3 years to be assigned the quartile, right? And if you are in our field, there are now 3 journals in language education and in applied linguistics that are included in Scopus, right? The oldest one is Phasa, published by Chulalongkorn University Language Institute, right? Okay, it's in Q2 in language and linguistics and Q3 in education. And Learn journal that I am the editor-in-chief of, right? Standing for Language Education and Acquisition Research Network. Please note that, we accept papers in language education, focusing on English language teaching or applied linguistics, right? Not learn in general, right? Sometimes I got manuscript in learning biology or learning physics, right? That's beyond the aim and scope of our journal, right? Another one is reflection, right? Yeah, you can see that the word EFL stands for English as a foreign language, right? Okay, these are 3 good journals in language education published in Thailand, right? If you are in science, right, there are also many more Thai Scopus journals that are in the field. But to be honest, frankly speaking, I'm from humanities, so these are the names listed, right, that I get from the database, right? Yeah, and there are many journals in different fields. Chiang Mai is, a very nice city in the north of Thailand. So they have a very good university called Chiang Mai University. Okay, if you are from engineering, you can choose the second one. There are journals in fisheries, in environment, natural resources, metals, materials, science and technology, right? So you can choose from the scope and aim of the journal, right? Now, let me share with you what to consider when you want to submit your manuscript to a journal, right? So, when you write your paper, right, we call it manuscript because it hasn't been published yet, right? So, first of all, you are looking for the journal that you think you like the best, whose aim and scope matches the topic or the content of your paper, right? Okay, for example, right, if you are in the field of pure linguistics, let's say you are a phonologist, right? You did your study on, you know, theoretical phonetics and phonology, for example, the study of sounds, speech sounds, but you submit your papers to a journal in language teaching, despite the fact that your work doesn't have any pedagogical implication. So it's very likely that your manuscript would be rejected outright by the editor, not because your paper is not good, but just because, you know, your paper doesn't fit the aim and scope of that journal, and this is going to be a waste of your time. So, you know, you have to be very careful and cautious before you submit your manuscript to any journal, right? Study carefully and look at, you know, one thing that can help you make a decision is look at the current issue and the archives. Archives contain the past issues that they published, right? Look at the papers there, right? The papers would be examples that you can learn whether or not you should choose that journal, right? So sometimes, right, let's say, you know, you read some articles in one journal and you think that your manuscript quality is you know, at the same level as those published in that journal, or maybe your would be better. So you think that, okay, I will choose this journal because I think I have high possibility of getting accepted, right? And you have to also take publication frequency into your account, right? Because, you know, if a journal publishes only one issue per year, right? So that's you know, I mean, not frequent enough, right? It means maybe, you know, you have to wait, right? You have to wait for more than 1 or 2 years to get your paper published. And look at the article number, right? My suggestion is that choose the journal that publish at least twice a year or more, right? If it's 3 or 4 times would be even better, right? And look at the number of articles they publish, right? I mean, the more number, the better, because this will increase the chance of your paper to get accepted, right? Sometimes, you know, some journals charge you publication fee. I have no objection, right? I do not object to publication fee payment, right? As long as it is reasonable. Let's say, you know, if it's like more than $3,000, I think it should be okay. But, you know, right now, there are some journals, right? There is one journal in Singapore, right? That, you know, claims to be very good quality and is published by very good publisher, right? But, you know, it's going to be open access, right? And they claim that when the papers you publish with them is open access, this increases the chance of your paper to get cited, right? So this will increase the citation, but you have to pay a lot. Maybe you have to pay up to $1,200. That's quite a lot, very expensive, right? So, you know, there are some scholars who go against publication fees. So it depends, right? It depends. I've heard that Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics in the past, right? They did not charge any fee. But as of May this year, they started charging fees, right? So some people keep complaining about this, right? And the last thing that you have to take into your consideration is database, right? Make sure that, you know, right now, there are many journals that try to send you some advertisement or flyers, right, to promote their journals, and they say publish with us, fast peer review process, and then they are going to charge you, right? Please don't be victimized by those questionable journals, because, you know, they want to get money out of you, right? So, and, you know, the database that they are indexed They are not wrong databases, but they are, you know, I mean, I would say they are not very well-known databases. They are not acceptable, right? You know, the best databases that people around the world accept in education and in social sciences are Web of Science, Scopus, ERIC, EBSCOhost, something like that, right? Okay, let me briefly talk about Learn Journal. I'm using Learn Journal as an example. For example, before you want to make a decision, which journal you want to submit your papers to, go to the website. The website will have something called aim and scope or about the journal, and try to look at, I mean, go through the topics or the areas that the journal publishes. For example, in Learn Journal, we publish papers in second language acquisition, language testing, English for specific purposes, English as a lingua franca, applied linguistics, something like that. So if you submit manuscripts in pure linguistics or literature like Shakespeare with no implication to language teaching, right? We have to say no, right? And, you know, we cannot start the review process, okay? And, you know, we publish twice a year, once in the first time is in January, right? By the end of January. And the second issue comes out by the end of July. But actually, you know, we welcome manuscript all year round, right? I mean, you can submit anytime, right? But, you know, it will go into the process. And our turnaround time would be 6 to 8 months, right? I mean, when you submit your manuscript, please wait for 1.5 to 2 months, right? Because, you know, we have a lot of manuscript in our pipeline waiting to be managed, right? Managed mean maybe they get rejected outright if they don't fit the aim and scope, or the research quality is not acceptable, or maybe if they are good enough, they seem to be good enough, they are going to be sent out to peer reviewers, and this will take up to 4 to 7 weeks, something like that, right? So you know, turnaround time that we have is from 6 to 8 months, okay? After we got indexed in Scopus, more and more manuscripts have been submitted to our journal. So, you know, this is, right, very burdensome for our editorial team. Look at the submission categories. Different journals have different submission categories, right? Don't submit wrong category to that journal, right? Most journals accept research articles, right? But there are some journals that do not accept research articles. They just want something that is more practical, like review or academic article, concept papers, or whatsoever, right? So, you know, you have to choose something that best matches, you know, the journal, right? For example, in Learn Journal, right? We welcome research article the best, right? Make sure that this is the article based on your own empirical studies, right? Based on the research that you carried out, right? The article must be between 5,000 and 7,000 words in length, right? Including notes, tables, figure, appendices. And, you know, right now we limit references to only 30, right? To only 30, right? So here, I mean, for almost all journals in the world, right, they would require the authors to download the style sheet template. So you have to do that. You know, go to that website, go to submission guidelines, download the style sheet template, and put your text into the template available there. This doesn't guarantee that your manuscript will pass the screening, but this guarantees that it actually not guarantee, but, you know, at least, you know, if the quality is good enough, it will be sent to peer reviewers, right? Okay, there are some journals that clearly state in the website that if authors do not conform to the style sheet template, the review procedure would not start, right? Academic article, this is something like literature review, but, you know, it must be a thorough review related to some current topic, right? So, when you review some theories, you have to provide your critical review. And the topic that you are writing about must be the current topic, right? So you need to provide a lot of recent studies or references to back you up, okay? And this is supposed to be shorter, significantly shorter than the former one, right? It should be around 1,500 to 4,000 words, right? And it must be accompanied with an abstract of around 200 words, right? Or, if you are new writers, but you just want to get published, why don't you try book review? Book review is the easiest one, and it is the most likely to be accepted, right? There are 2 rules. Number 1, when you write a book review, choose the book that are new and new is like 2020, 2021, and not too thick, right? Yeah, if you review the book that is too thick, right, it's going to be a waste of your time. And especially, if this is your first time experience, choose the book that, maybe it has like, 80 pages, no more than 100 pages would be okay, right? And the second rule is that some people misunderstand writing a book review. They think that this is like you review, you read, and you summarize the book. No, that's part of it, right? What you are also supposed to do, apart from writing a summary of that book, is you need to try to make a link, right? Make a link between the book you are reviewing with similar books in the field, right? That's why, maybe you can critique, give your own neutral comments on the quality of the book based on the references that you have. So this way, your book review will contain references, right? And that is not just the book that you are reviewing. Okay. Now there are many topics that are very hot now, or we would say they are very, very famous topics, right? As an editor, right? Nowadays, right, the papers that we get every day are concerned with mobile learning, because we are in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, right? Gamification is another topic that is interesting, right? And right now, another topic that has been very popular is ELF, English as a Lingua Franca, global Englishes, right? And translanguaging, right? Translanguaging, this is the use of many languages in classroom between student or between student and teacher exchange, right? EMI is not a new topic, but now it's received popularity. It stands for English Medium Instruction. The concept of EMI is often used in CLIL when you teach content and language together, right? Yeah, EMI is common practice, right? Another topic that now is a bit less popular is CEFR, Common European Framework of Reference, right? For those who are in the field of language teaching. And, if you choose to do research in innovation for ELT, innovation in research methods, this is still interesting, right? Okay, one thing that will help you, okay, I'm here to help you, right? Believe me, when you submit manuscript, the first thing that the editor or the editorial team would pay attention to is the abstract. So make sure that the abstract is well written, is written with perfect English, and it's clearly written, right? So, according to Ken Highland, right, there is a model that is called 5-move model, right? Move here means parts. If you are in the fields of discourse analysis or genre analysis, you should be more familiar with the term move, right? So, if you want to come up with the most effective abstract, right? Number 1, it should not be too long or too short, right? The numbers should correspond to that shown in the website of that journal, right? And you need to have introduction, purpose, method, product, and conclusion. These are the 5 main parts that an abstract should contain, right? If you miss any, right, this will increases the chance that your paper might get rejected, right? So, even though, the paper is good, right? If the article abstract is weak or ineffective, right? Some editors would, reject it right away, right? So make sure you have, okay, let me show you example. This is from Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics published this year, right? About flipped learning. This is another hot topic in language education, right? Right now, flipped learning, right? The student practice in class, the student practice outside, and they bring back the knowledge that they learned, right? That's called flipped classroom, flipped education. So here, in order to familiarize your readers with the concept, you start with 1 or 2 introductory sentences of that concept. Okay, that's the first part. And then look at the second move. This paper aimed to explore student achievement and perception in an online flipped grammar class. So we know the purpose of the researcher. This is the study of student achievement and perception. And the variable is, the main independent variable is online flipped class focusing on English grammar, right? And then, you should also mention the statistic that your study relied on, like past sample t-test, right? Pre and post test scores, right? And the researcher used interview questionnaire data, right? And then what is the most important in the abstract is you have to review the brief results, right? This is what people look forward to reading, right? Yeah, what are the results that you have found? Actually, I would say what did you review, right? And you may come up with you may end your abstract with some suggestions or concluding remark, right? Or recommendations. Okay. Now, okay, sorry. I just want to make sure that, the Wi-Fi works well. Okay, now, I would like to end my session with top 10 reasons. Actually, I and Dr. Willy Renanya, I'm quite sure that some of you know Willy Renanya. He's Indonesian, but he's working for Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, right? A very good, friendly person, right? In ELT and TESOL, right? So we wrote a very short article published in his webpage called Top 12 Reasons. But here, I chose only 10 reasons to share with you. Do you know the word desk rejection or journal rejection, right? Sometimes when you submit a manuscript, you got rejected right away by the editors, right? Or maybe, even if it was sent out to peer reviews, it got rejected in the end, right? There are some common reasons why a paper is rejected. Why we should know this? Because, if you know what are the main reasons why a paper can get rejected, right? We can try our best to improve the quality of our article so that we can get it published, right? Okay. Number 1, poor fit between aim and scope and the journal, right? So we talk about this already, right? Carefully study the aims and scope of the journal, right? And you pass the first step, right? You pass the first step. Number 2, avoid doing research on dated topics, right? If they are very dated topics, right, make sure that the topics, you can find some new aspects of the topic. If not, avoid doing research on that because, it's very likely that many journals would reject your paper. They don't pay attention to your paper, right? So some things like sentence level error analysis should be avoided because, it was popular in 80s and now it's out. And, schema theory, model for teaching reading, integrative motivation, all of these are, have been thoroughly researched, right, in our field, right? And something that you should be aware of is dated references, right? To me, if you submit a paper to any journal, make sure that you have included the references up to the year when you submit your article. For example, if you submit your paper to any journals, right, make sure that you have included references up to 2021 and reduce the number of old literature, right? Yeah, you can, it doesn't mean that you cannot cite old literature, you can, but don't cite them too much, right? Just cite only some classic works or the big names works, right? That's okay. Now, for example, if you are working on multi-word units or collocations, you can cite Alison Ray 2002. You can cite J.R. Firth 1957. You can cite these only ones, right? But the previous studies that you are citing should be something that is, yeah, in the most 10 recent years up to the present time, right? And number 4 is very important, right? This is from my own experience, right? Some writers don't care much about the language quality. They may think that it's okay. I pay attention to the content, right? And the language would be second to the content. That's wrong. That's wrong. Totally wrong, right? Because, many times the language errors or the language problems may block or impede understanding of the content. And many reviewers keep complaining, right? When I ask them to read or review some papers, right? I think the content is good enough, but there are some minor grammatical errors. But the reviewers complain about this because they say, I don't understand what they are trying to say, right? So my suggestion is that ask for help, right, from excellent professional editors. So I mean, you can ask a native speakers to help you. Ask American friend, British friend, anyone who can help you edit or proofread, right? Sometimes, your grammar is perfect, but there are some word choice that can be improved, something like that, right? So many journals, including Learn Journal, we would clearly state this in the website that the article, the manuscript, make sure that the manuscript is well written for each submission, right? Okay, so the main reason for rejection is poor language quality. And number 5, we talked about this already, right? Read and follow the author guidelines carefully, right? Look at all the information. This is going to be a very tedious job, right? When you go into the website, you have to read like 15 to 20 items, very boring. But make sure that you carefully read everything they write. Because if you miss any, right, that's our own fault, right? And please download article style sheet template, right? Okay, maybe, you have your own paper typed in Microsoft Word, right? And you can just transfer it into the article style sheet template, right? Okay. Another problem that can result in desk rejection or journal rejection is weak literature, right? Sometimes, right, the literature review is supposed to consist of sound theoretical framework, synthesis of relevant past research, and you as writer should highlight a critical gap, right? So what is the gap that your study aims at closing or bridging? So you have to highlight this, right? Okay, you have to highlight this. And when you write literature review, don't just arrange them in chronological order. That's not adequate, right? That's like the way new researchers often do, right? What you should do is to synthesize the ideas, or maybe you can put the findings that are similar from different studies together, right? Or maybe if there are 2 schools of thoughts, when you address one topic and there are 2 or 3 different concepts or different conflicting schools of thoughts, so you have to review them separately, showing to the readers that you understand them well, right? And then number 7, poor research question, right? Make sure that they are written in a clear fashion. They are not ungrammatical, and they show the relationship, because research articles are written based on the researchers' understanding of the literature and the real gap. What is the real gap, right? Yeah, sometimes when I am a reviewer and I was asked to read or review a paper, right? We looked at abstract first, and we moved down to research question. Most of the times I have found that some research questions are too broad, right? Or they are not well written, right? They are confusingly written. So this might be the reason why you might get rejected, or even though you got accepted, a major revision would be required, right? My suggestion is that once you get your research done and you transfer the findings into the paper, okay, don't submit the first draft to the journal, right? Take your time, relax, right? And then come back tomorrow, look at the paper that you have written down and reread it, right? And try to edit the paper by yourself first. And then the next day, ask your colleagues or your supervisor or anyone that are very keen on that topic, those who are specialists in the topic, to read. They are going to give you some suggestions, right? Okay, so this is necessary, because the expert in the field will show how you can improve the quality of your paper. They will act like the first reviewer, right? After you and your colleagues or your supervisors are satisfied with the quality or the content, right? What you should do next is, ask a native speaker of English to edit that before you submit to a journal, right? Okay. And then weak research design. This is very important, right? If the research design is weak, so this can ruin the whole thing. For example, some study claim that it's experimental study, but they did the experiment in only 1 day. It's like 1 day workshop. They claim that the experiment took only 1 day for 3 hours. That's not enough, right? Or maybe they say that, oh, the student joining the class in the experiment improve their writing skills, right? How do you know? We use post-test score, but unfortunately, the study doesn't have pre-test, right? They have only post-test. So this is a weakness, right? This is a weakness. So if the weakness is obvious, right? The paper would get rejected for sure, right? And for number 9, this is a classic problems that new researchers or graduate students often face, right? They know how to present the results, right? But they don't know how to write discussion. Discussion means they have to highlight the main results, right? What are the new findings that your study has revealed, right? Yeah. In what way are the findings of your study similar to or different from those in the past? So here you have to compare and contrast the findings of your study and those in the previous study. That's why you need to have thorough review of literature. So here, this is where you are going to discuss your findings based on what have been done in the past. And you need to cite distinguished scholar. This is a tip. If you are working on any area, there would be some scholars who are key persons, right? How do you know that they are key persons? When you do research, you are going to read a number of articles, right? There would be the same names that are repeated or cited repeatedly. For example, if you are working on motivation, people refer to Gardner and Dornier. They are 2 different leading professors in this field. So, it's impossible that you can publish, you can do research by not referring to these 2 key persons, right? Or if you are working on formulaic language or collocations, you should refer to someone like Norbert Schmidt or Paul Nation, who are, you know, kings of vocabulary, learning and teaching, right? You have to refer to someone else like Michael Lewis, right? So, you know, these people are big name or distinguished scholars in some particular fields that, you know, their names, whose name are expected, right?
Excuse me, Dr.
Okay.
Supakon.
Yes.
3 minutes left for the presentation. I'm
Okay.
afraid, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Right. Sure. Thank you. Right. Okay. The last one, violation of research ethics. Right. Right now, make sure that, you know, you don't. Maybe you have to mention that you have used consent form, or maybe, you know, right now, maybe there are some other journals that are more careful about this. They would ask you some evidence of research endorsement from your university. Right. When you face the review results, right? Number one is impossible except with no revision, right? This occurs only to a predatory journal that would charge money out of you, right? The best thing that we can expect is accept with minor revision, right? Yeah, but you know, number 4 and 5 are similar. If you get resubmit, sometimes it's equal to reject, because, you know, the reviewer want to reject, but they try to be more lenient, right? Okay. Except with major revision is fine, no problem, right? Yeah, you can come back and take a look at each comment carefully, right? Take a look at each comment carefully. Okay, before I end my session, I would like to warn you of some questionable journals. I'm quite sure that you guys have been receiving some message from your email, like from, you know, what you have seen in your spam or trash. You know, let's say once you get published only one article, you know, next week you will get an email sent directly to you. Hey, Dr. Supakon, I have read your paper in this very good, excellent paper, right? Why don't you publish with us, send manuscript to us? And they claim to be using fast peer review process. Yeah, these journals are very bad. And let's say predatory journals, right? They just want to cajole money out of you. And they are going to advertise very high impact factor, although actually it is fake factors, right? The real impact factors are calculated by Web of Science, right? And another observation is it publishes multidisciplinary in one journal. So, you know, when you look at, you know, the papers in one issue, you would be dumbfounded, you would be shocked, because, you know, it consists of, you know, both papers in philosophy, papers in linguistics, papers in physics, paper in religion, all mixed up, right? So this is a sign of bad journal, and the quality of writing is unacceptable. It has all ungrammatical grammatical errors at all times, right? So, you know, in the past, there was an attempt by Professor Beals to come up with something called Beals list, but Beals list ended for some reason. Right now, there is something called Kegiatan, right? This is a new website that collects, you can also visit the website. They collect all the journals that are questionable. There are standalone journals. Hijacked journals mean the journal whose title are similar to well-established journals. For example, well-established journal is TESOL Quarterly. Hijacked journal would be called, maybe this is just an example that I mocked up, the TESOL Quarterly, or TESOL Quarterly, the international journal. They are going to add something to fool the writers, right? Yeah, and people can get confused easily, right? Yeah, okay, maybe they think they are the same, right? Okay, let me end my session with this quote by Butler and Spolstra, right? We are in the publication game, right? You know, in the game, we want to win, but we cannot win at all times, right? Yeah, it's like, you know, you join Olympic Games. You don't win at all times. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's okay, and that's acceptable, right? Yeah, try your best, right? Try your best. You are in the game. You try to play the game, but actually, we are also being played by the game. That's why, you know, some people think that we have to publish publish. Otherwise, we will perish, we will die, right? You get kicked out from the university. You have been working for more than 20 years, something like that. That's why, you know, right now, there are more and more lecturers in Thailand and in many other countries in Asia who are, you know, becoming more and more active, right, in producing their publications, right? So don't worry, don't be afraid of getting rejected. I got rejected so many times, right? If you are afraid of getting rejected, you will never become successful. Believe me. Even big name professors, they got rejected before, right? Okay, I give you moral support. Okay, and I think this is time. This is my email, so you know, feel free to, you can take a photo or you can jot it down if you want to contact me, or if you want to seek advice about publication. So you can email me, right? Okay, so it's time for Q&A, right?
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Supakon. This is a great and very, very informative presentations. Okay, question and answer session. The first questions will be from Ibu Ika Handayani. She said, thank you for insightful sharing, Dr. Supakon. I would like to ask about writing a critical review on certain selected article, which I think that article would be beneficial reference and input to my research. Then I do critical reading and plan to write critical review to that article. My questions, what points should be considered systematically in writing critical review? And perhaps, is there any ethical issues in elaborating the weaknesses or the strengths of the article?
Okay, okay, thank you very much. This is a very good question. So now here, this question is not concerned with research article, but you know, it's about academic article, right? So when you want to write critical review, the first rule of thumb is that choose the theory or the concepts that are recent, that are very hot, right? Don't talk about the concept that people know already, right? Or don't talk about the concepts that, you know, everyone it has been done before, right? Talk about something that like you know, you can look at the topics that I have shown with you, hot topics, translanguaging, or something like that. Make sure that the topic is not too broad. You should find some specific areas about that topic, right? Yeah. So you know, don't say something like problematic sounds for Thai learners, something like that. You know, is too common, right? So make sure that number one, the topic is a very recent topic that most people in ELT, right, world should pay attention to, right? And when you write your critical review, don't try to be you know, critical, but you know, don't just criticize, right? If you want to criticize or to point out some negative points of some theories, right, make sure to support your claims using references that are reliable, right? This is to safeguard yourself. Otherwise, they might, you know, talk back or, you know, just criticize back, right? And another rule is that, okay, you talk about ethical issue. Usually, you know, another one who is going to help you is the editor. If your critical review is good enough, right? And you know, it's based on some empirical findings of the past studies, right? And the editor of that journal, right, wanted to have your articles published. They are going to help you. If there are any areas that are risky or that are dangerous or open to criticism, they may tell you to take that part out, or maybe they are going to help you, give you some suggestion to write. But okay, if you are new in the field, I would suggest that you try research article first, right? Because it's objective. You do research, you write it down and present it at conferences, write your article based on your empirical research. It's safer. Safe because you are dealing with your own study, right? Okay.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. We are scheduled to finish these sessions at 4 p.m. and we still have 2 to 3 minutes. I think it's wise to have one more question from the audience. Bapak, Ibu, dipersilakan. Mungkin
you can type it or you can.
Oh yeah, Bu Pipit, yes, please. Silakan, Bu.
You can even turn on your microphone if you want to ask. I think Okay.
Yeah. So we have Bu Pipit and Bu Dina. I think I'll take the two.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
That's
Bu
okay.
Pipit, please.
Right. Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Udi. Long time no see. Okay. Hello, Dr. Supakor.
Hi.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, Pipit.
Yeah. Last year, when the COVID pandemic not come to Indonesia, I visited Thailand.
Really?
I hope I hope condition is getting better so we can travel more.
Did you join a conference in Thailand, or did you just come for your enjoyment?
No.
I mean,
Yes, enjoy traveling, just for traveling.
Right? Traveling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pipit from Biology Education Department.
Right.
I think it was really interesting and useful explanation from you about the good article and journals. And I interested some things related to the Scopus that you explained before. First, in Indonesia, most people have understanding that the definition of the reputable international journal must be indexed by the Scopus database. Is it also happen in Thailand or no?
Yes, the same.
Because we know that Scopus is just one of the kind article journal database, right? Okay.
Right.
And how about are journal indexed by Scopus always higher in value than journal indexed by, for example, by Thomson Reuters or vice versa? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So my point is that actually, right, Scopus is now receiving more and more popularity in Thailand, as well as in many other countries in the world, like in Indonesia. This is because Scopus and Thomson Reuters or Web of Science, the new name, they are the key criteria for world ranking. US world ranking. Right now there are many organizations, many institutes that try to rank the university around the world, right? And publications is one of the major criteria, right? And when they look at publication, they trust Scopus and Web of Science. These are the two leading databases. That's why, in Thailand, people are becoming more active, and they are more enthusiastic and eager to get their papers published in Scopus, right? Because you can get published in any other databases, but you won't get cited, right? Or even if it got cited, it would be cited by bad journals, right? So that's why Scopus, because as I said, Scopus holds a very high standard, right? It's not easy for one journal to get indexed in Scopus. That's why, it is quite widely accepted that if a paper is published in Scopus journal, it should be guaranteed of its quality, right? That's why, in Thailand, as well as in Indonesia, right, Scopus journals and Web of Science journals are accepted. I'm quite sure that if you are from science, right, there would be many more journals published, indexed in Web of Science, right? Okay, right, Web of Science.
All right, okay, great. Thank you, Bu Pipit. Thank you very much for your question. And Dr. Supakor, one closing question from Bu Dina, please.
Okay, Dr. Supakor, I'm Dina.
Hi.
I am interested in asking about your role as a chief editor of Learn. I also managing, I and my friends actually, and the team managing a journal as well, but it's still nationally accredited. So I just want to.
What is the journal about? Can you tell me?
Journal of English Language Studies.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, okay.
Published in Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably can share with me or with us here how to enhance the performance or the quality of your journal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. This is a very hard question, right? Actually, right. I think there are many. In Thailand, there is an organization called Thai Journal Citation Index, or TCI, and I'm quite sure that there is one similar in Indonesia, because right now there is a database called ACI, ASEAN Citation Index, that is a synergy or collaboration between such a similar organization in different Asian countries, right? But ACI is not right now, it's not well respected yet, right? Okay, so there are many criteria, right? If you want to make sure, number one, you have to make sure that the quality of the papers are good enough. They are based on empirical studies right? And you need to respect diversity of authorship, right? Okay, for example, make sure that, number one, it must be published in English, right? If you want to go into Scopus one day, make sure that they are English only journals, right? And number two, right, try to welcome more international authors, right? The best policy is right now, half Indonesian, half international people, right? Learn Journal try our best to do so, but for some issues we cannot, right? Okay, and number three, you should have, publish it on a regular basis, right? Yeah, this is something that Scopus would consider when they try to index your journals, right? Can meet all of these criteria, right? Your journal quality would be upgraded and enhanced, right? Okay. Yeah, actually, there are many others, right? We can talk about that later on, right? But these are something that popped up into my mind, right? Also, you need to have website. This is a must. You need to have a website and clear submission guidelines that are friendly to both authors and reviewers. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Budina. I believe there are many questions in the minds of our audience this afternoon time, but because we have limitations in terms of time. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Suparkon, for your contributions in our session today. We hope to see you again in our next event in the future. All right. So Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, again, there are hurdles, there are challenges when we are writing for publication. And then we, through these 3 sessions, have equipped everyone in these events with 3 important issues that I think and we believe are very important in the journey of your research article writing. One is that strategies in finding out effective strategies in find out appropriate journals. And then the second session, we have also equipped everyone here with step-by-steps in writing sections in the research article journals. And last but not least, we speak a lot here, discuss a lot here about corpus-based or corpus index journals, which I think is very informative for every one of us here. All right, so keep and stay positive, because the journey of writing for research articles is very hard. With positive mindsets, we will be there, being successful in publishing our research article. Baik, Bapak Ibu, terima kasih sekali lagi. Saya kembalikan sesi ini ke Ibu MC, Ibu Iing, dipersilakan. Again, Dr. Suparkon, thank you very much. Terima kasih, salam dari Indonesia.
Thank you. So, if you have time after COVID, right, please come to Bangkok, right? Come to Thammasat University. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you. We can have coffee together. You can visit our Learn Journal Center, right? It's a small one, but we are very pleased to welcome all of you, right? Actually, before COVID came, right, we welcomed all international authors and also some teams of lecturers from different universities. We have collaboration with Sanada Dhamma University from Yogyakarta. Right, from Yogyakarta. We visited the university, and Professor Oda came to Thailand, and we had MOU together, right? So in the future we can have something like that. MOU, we can exchange reviewers, right? And before I leave, we have our PhD program in English language teaching, and we welcome students from Indonesia as well, and we have scholarship. Even though we cannot provide all the students with scholarship, we give scholarships, and the main criteria are based on publication, right? Wow. So that's why you need to publish, right? The more you can publish, the better, right? Wow. So okay, I wish everyone success for your publication, right? And see you somewhere, maybe in Bangkok or in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Great,
right.
Thank you once again. We'll be there for coffee with every one of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Baik,
ya,
terima kasih Pak Dr. Suparkon, dan terima kasih Bapak Dr. Udi yang telah mendampingi narasumber. Alhamdulillah ya Bapak Ibu, kita sudah di penghujung acara. Ya, untuk yang terakhir yaitu penutupan. Sebelum kita tutup bersama-sama, saya selaku MC pembawa acara pada workshop dari pagi hingga sore hari ini, memohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya apabila ada tutur kata yang kurang berkenan di hati Bapak Ibu serta seluruh para peserta workshop. Sekali lagi kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu semua hingga akhir kegiatan ini. Mari sama-sama kita akhiri kegiatan workshop kita ini dengan membaca hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu.
Oke, bye.
Thank you Dr. Supakon.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Supakon. Terima kasih Pak Udi.
Ya, sama-sama.
Terima kasih Bu Dina, Pak Udi. Thank
Ya,
you
sami-sami
Dr.
Bu Nani
Supakon.
semua ya. Thank you
very
ya.
much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Take care, everyone. Take care.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Sawadikap.
Ibu Dwi, tolong di stop recording, Ibu Dwi.
Mohon izin untuk live ya, Bu. Pak Hatur
Ya,
nuhun
terima
pisan
kasih
ya.
banyak,
Hatur nuhun ya,
Pak
Bu
Udi.
Ing ya.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Sama-sama
Bu
Pak
Ing.
Udi, Bu Dina.
Terima kasih Bu Ing, saya izin ya, izin live.
Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak semuanya. Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah hadir.
Iya.
Ini lanjut.
Double-double